should be recording.
Oh,
Right.
oh, that's for me to continue. I thought somebody else was going to click that. Thank you.
So we should be recording. There we go. I see people starting to pop in now. All right. So Adam, do you want to go ahead and start the meeting?
I now call to order the meeting of the Downtown Community Task Force of September. Well, it's not September.
Oh my goodness. November. That's my fault.
2020. No worries. Just reading blindly. So
Yeah.
meeting of November 19th, 2020, meeting 10. So we'll do roll call first. Staff, please call the roll.
All right. So Member Thompson.
Aye, here.
Member Ondrasek.
Here.
Member Mayor. I see him, but he's muted.
Here, I just had on mute.
Member Van Hien.
Here.
Member Vargas Smith.
Here.
Member Coyne.
Here.
And Member Reed is absent, but he will be joining the meeting late. So we will need to excuse his initial absence. You want to scroll to the next page?
So do we need to excuse his lateness or no?
I do believe so.
Okay, so is there a motion to excuse member Matt Reed from being late this evening?
I'll move.
I
Yeah.
second.
Okay. So then we'll vote now to excuse Matt from being late this evening. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, he's excused. All right, so then we'll start off with staff is going to read the DCTF meeting procedures below into the record.
So meetings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the DCTF will direct all activity during the hearings. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing or agenda. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Copies of the agenda and staff reports are located on the city's website, the city clerk's website, as well as the Downtown Precise Plan website. With that, I will give it back to the chair.
Awesome, thank you, Leslie. So we'll now move to the consent calendar. Staff.
The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted or approved by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. We have one item on the consent calendar. That's item 1, the Downtown Community Task Force meeting minutes of the October 15th, 2020 meeting.
Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I second.
Okay. So staff, can we take a roll call vote,
Yes.
please?
So the motion is to approve minutes from the October 15th meeting. Member Thompson.
Aye.
Member Ondrasek.
Here.
Member Mayor.
Aye.
Member Van Hien.
Aye.
Member Vargas Smith.
Aye.
Member Coyne.
Aye.
And Member Reed is absent. So that motion passes unanimously.
All right, next item, we're going to move on to general business items. Staff, you want to announce what you have?
So we have our first item is item 2 under general business. This is our placemaking workshop and activity for the DCTF members, which is going to be facilitated by our Downtown Precise Plan consultants. And I will now turn it over to them for their presentation and activity. Who am I turning over to? Jim, Peter?
Well, the share screen goes to Peter, and then I
Okay.
will get us kicked off.
All right, thank you.
Great. So we're glad to be here tonight. This is a really fun part of the process, and we're really have been looking forward to this for a long time. And I know you've all been talking about it with us for a long time. You know, when do we get into the nitty-gritty of placemaking, of what really makes this place something that befits the the personality and culture of the Santa Clara community. So that's what we want to get into tonight. I want to just first introduce my team members that are here: David Sargent and Andrew Chrisman from Sargent Town Planning, Adria Kohler from Kimley Horn, and then Diksha Rawat, Peter Winch, and myself, Jim Stickley from WRT. And then you've heard a lot from our economics and retail specialists in past meetings, so we're not going to get into those issues quite as heavily tonight, but some of those ideas definitely carry through in what we'll be talking about. So I wanted to just, in the next slide, just kind of show the three parts of this meeting. What we'd like to do first is just a little bit of grounding. Excuse me, just a reminder of where we are in the process and sort of what our marching orders are in terms of what's guiding the vision for the downtown, and also a little bit more detail on our mobility strategies. It's something we haven't talked about yet, and so Adria is going to be talking about that in a little bit more detail. So we'll first sort of ground the discussion tonight in some of the givens, and then we're going to go into our first exercise, which is called the shaping of the preferred plan. And this is essentially taking feedback that we received from all of you last time on the three options and talking about how we can now meld those into one direction. And then once we do that, we're going to go into the second exercise, which is talking about placemaking and really focusing on blocks A and B, which I think we all agree is the likely first phase of the project. It doesn't preclude other things happening in other parts of the downtown. Some of those things might be ready to happen rather soon, but blocks A and B are really predisposed to be a significant first phase of the project because of the land ownership patterns there, city-owned lands and university-owned lands. So each of those two will be a little bit of an intro presentation from us, followed by a roll up our sleeves and interact. And Peter will talk a little bit more about how we're doing that on a tool called Concept Board. So we're going to be fairly brief in each of the presentations so that we maximize the time we have to have a discussion and an interaction on each of the topics. So first, the grounding. We'll just jump right into this. So these have always been our sort of North Star in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in the downtown, to create something that is authentic, that is adaptable, and that is affordable. And affordability has to do not only with its common usage, which is in affordable housing, but really about having normal places for community members to go and have coffee and have lunch, and have this be a doable, an affordable experience. So those are our three sort of overarching principles for the downtown. And then with all of you and with all of our community work, we've identified these other elements of the downtown, bringing back the grid, which you're all very familiar with, activating Franklin Street as a pedestrian scale street, having open space for community activities and gathering, and then having a whole mix of land uses that are interacting with the public space: retail, theater, office, perhaps hotel and conference, business incubators, housing, apartments and condos. And then how do we handle parking? And then how do we create streets which are not only car oriented, but they are, you know, a whole mix of different types of mobility. And the next slide. So we're going to concentrate on some of these things specifically in the placemaking, and I'm going to turn it over to Adria for a little bit about mobility.
Sure. Thank you. Evening, everyone. Really quick, you know, as he was saying, our goals are really to make sure that we have an active street life, that we are supporting the developments that are that we want to see in this area, and it's going to be a mixture of uses. And so that means that our mobility options need to also be a mixture of options, so that people aren't encouraged to just continue to use their single occupancy vehicle, that they have other ways to access the area and their homes and their businesses and their place of work and their friends and restaurants and everything else. And so really we created some options that allow for that and allow for the transition, while also supporting the various land uses over time. And as this area grows and develops, so will the mobility options. If we can dive into the next slide. So one of the first steps would be to really look at the existing transit stops that are there, that are surrounding the area, particularly Lafayette and Franklin. What enhancements can be made there? Are there wayfinding signage? There's an example picture here of some that's relatively simple but eye-catching that you can add to any stop. It doesn't have to really make it anything different, but just to direct people, let people know what's there, a sense of comfort, and inviting them to the area. Maybe the stops could use other enhancements as lighting, seating, bike racks, crosswalks to make it more accessible. So really just focusing on the transit aspect and how that can then dovetail and lead in and support some of the other mobility options. But that's one that's already there and present in the area, and certainly can be leveraged to help get people out of their cars and being a pedestrian and a transit user at the same time, or a bicyclist and a transit user. Another part of that is this could be a potential to expand into a mobility hub. This is showing a concept from SanDag, where it's got everything under the sun in this mobility hub, but really a mobility hub is what you want to make of it. So the crux of it is what's shown on the other side of it, where you want to really have the policies in place to make sure that you can have a mixture of land uses, a mixture of mobility options there available for people. You know, if there's going to be rideshare or scooters or bikes or with transit. And then not only that, but what are the land uses that you want around there? Do you want quick marts where people can quickly pick up goods as they're coming to and from work, on their way home? Or maybe it's more elaborate where there's restaurants and daycare centers. And I mean, it's really just talking to the area, the folks in the area who will be using it to make sure that they are getting their needs met. So really it can be anything you want to make of it. And just, you got to make sure you got the space and the policies. Another key component is access. And this is where curbside management comes into play. We want to make sure that people are able to use the street. And really this is, again, back to policy, making sure that there's consistency with how we are going to regulate and allow for deliveries or any type of on-street parking, parklets, or other types of curb uses. We want to make sure that there is balance and that there are policies to support the procedures to create the curb uses that we want to put in. And then looking further towards the future, really want to make sure that we have a connection to the BART transit station, and maybe that's through a shuttle connectivity option. And so this starts with really building that relationship with the transit provider now, and then if this evolves into the future as a shuttle option, so that there is that non-personal vehicular option for people to come to this area and travel around, so that they're not having to drive alone with it, that there's something else, some other option for them to use at a regional level and then transition to the local level with the shuttle service. This is something to talk about for future. I would say right now it starts with outreach and communication and building relationships so that this as a long-term option can be a consideration. All right, now we'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Adria. Hi, everyone. I'm Peter. So yeah, just continuing our grounding and now turning from the public realm and the circulation aspects of what we need to understand as we develop our preferred plan and shifting over to land use and development. Again, these are the kinds of buildings and activities and magnets and attractions that we heard from you and that we understood from our market team had some potential here. Our analysis has flowed from some pretty high level assumptions here that you've seen before, but I think it's worth just reprising them. That development starts not from exactly a blank slate, but from whatever exists on a site. So we have to make certain assumptions about sort of what's the typical condition downtown. So we've assumed that redevelopment would take place on sites with low density retail use. We recognize demand over time for both mid-rise residential and office type of development as kind of key drivers. And we're seeing a stronger market for residential today, but recognizing both. Parking, we're looking ahead, and I think this builds on what Adria was saying. Definitely assuming parking is being provided, but not at the same levels that that developers and the community have been accustomed to in the past. More at a transit-oriented development kind of a parking ratio. Certain assumptions about affordable housing based on city-owned land requirements, and then recognizing that there's sort of an X factor, which is that certain uses may be kind of considered catalysts. That can tip downtown Santa Clara from being what it is today to being really a whole different animal that has a different set of market characteristics. So again, these slides will be familiar to the committee. Our team found that in general, residential product needs to probably be in the 60 to 80 unit per acre range, depending on its type. And that's translating to, 5/1 kind of at a minimum, or 4/1 at a minimum for residential, with the exception of townhomes also having a market. In terms of office, we're talking about 4 FAR buildings, an urban kind of a density, not a sprawling office park. And then I think the elephant in the room with that previous discussion, which we want to make sure is addressed and celebrated, is retail. So retail, we are not economists, haven't seen it as an economic driver, but definitely as sort of a key driver of what makes a downtown. So the opportunities here have to do with the proximity to the university, to Lafayette Street, to this region, which is a growing region. And there's an opportunity then to use those basic assets and try to create a real spark, a concentrated area of activity. And this is kind of what this is the subject of today. So this is really important opportunity to look at. To promote the anchors that are already there or the ones that we think might come along. And that kind of gets back to the catalyst thing of potentially adding a theater. And then the importance of retail tenanting and making sure there's a good mix of tenants that just bring a lot of people. So strategies that the plan will be wanting to incorporate include, and they're sort of embedded, I would say, increasing the local consumer base, which comes along with higher density development of residential and office within downtown. encouraging those developments to place their amenities in the public realm, or to instead of having, you know, sort of a compound effect of, you know, luxury amenities in the building, to be really focused on downtown as the asset. So creating that 18-hour environment, and then providing design guidelines to make sure that that the ground floor is designed for active use. And we'll get into this a little bit more in our preferred plan. We looked at some sort of comparable downtowns, both on the peninsula in Silicon Valley and also in Southern California. Of these, and this is a kind of a good comparison group, I think, for a variety of reasons, Santa Clara is on the smaller end in terms of acreage. It's on the smaller end in terms of retail, square footage, in terms of rents, and in terms of office. So certainly room to grow. Though it shares some of the positive qualities, some of the good traits that those other downtowns have, like in the case of Claremont, proximity to colleges and universities, walkability, a grid, some existing sort of activities that bring people downtown, like the farmers market, Franklin Square even itself. There are some challenges for Santa Clara that we're all familiar with. It's away from main thoroughfares, a little off the beaten track right now. There's not currently a big retail anchor. And the community around it, the neighborhood around it is beautiful and historic, but it's not high density. So there's not a ton of people around. But those are traits that, in a way, Claremont also doesn't have a great mass of people, though it has probably a more successful downtown right now. And there are areas where comparable communities also fall short. So now we've kind of hit on residential and office and retail, and I want to just touch on this catalyst idea that there are land uses that don't fall in any of those big categories that are going to be really important for downtown. And the ones that we've been focusing on, that we've been trying to integrate into our preferred plan, into our thinking about the physical social environment downtown, include a space for visual and performing arts, recognizing that streets and public spaces should also be equipped and ready and managed for programming, just on a regular basis. A food hall, sort of a festival marketplace or a food hall, really still a great idea, and sort of checks a lot of boxes for, you know, a lot of things we heard from folks. And then getting a good mix of different types of specialty retail and some retail anchors in there. The assumptions, I think I don't want to belabor this, but it starts to get now into the nitty gritty of how buildings grow out of the ground, how tall they are, how tall the floor to floor height is, how much parking there should be, and so on and so forth. And we can come back to this. I don't want to kind of walk through every detail, but just know that the models that you see are based on real realistic building assumptions.
And you've seen all these before, so we're just reminding everyone what the sort of the baseline assumptions are, but these are consistent with what we've looked at in our past several workshops.
Correct. So again, and these are looking awfully familiar now, I would think. We've got our three concepts that we've been working through with you and with members of the larger community, and gotten a lot of great feedback along the way. And I want to just sort of step through right now in this slide the feedback that we got from you last month. That sort of is our real pivot point from last month to now. So hopefully this is going to reflect the same conversation that you experienced, and if not, you'll let us know. We heard a lot of support for a hybrid scheme, not A, B, or C, but some combination. Certainly a lot of attraction to a central plaza, but also wanting to make sure that that we would get a spark and a locus of activity in the near term, and recognizing that a central square might be a longer term proposition. So a need to focus on phase one and a thought that that phase one is on the eastern end, which people felt could accommodate more height, being less exposed to sort of more sensitive parts of the neighborhood. A lot of interest in Franklin and wanting to make sure that that we understood that Franklin should not be a quote unquote closed street. It may be pedestrian oriented, but that doesn't mean that it's pedestrian only. That Franklin should be activated and should have multiple nodes along it, not just one splash, but places along the way to keep drawing people in. That we also can't lose sight of the cross streets, that just because Franklin was historically the main street and is really a big, a sort of, you know, a big splash for this project, the cross streets are also important and need to understand what their role is in downtown. There was some conversation about the analogs that we had showed, and which ones were, you know, most resonant, most inspiring, and most comparable to Santa Clara. Some of, you know, the Funk Zone, the Pearl, Claremont. We looked at some other ones. We talked about we talked about cultural themes and needing to make sure that we don't lose sight of the big picture and understand what downtown Santa Clara represents, how we can express history and culture in Santa Clara, and about programming. So if they're going to have history and culture, that's great, but it has to bring people there, because we will fail if we don't succeed in bringing people to downtown. So performing arts, music, events, retail. How does land use activate space? You know, coming really back to that retail and those catalysts, and the right mix, the right synergy. And then do we need to cap land uses? Is there, can we be flexible in terms of the overall amount of land use, and provide flexibility in terms of different types, as long as there's sort of a cap that ensures we get a good mix of those different types. And then I think more broadly, and this is why we put it last, and I think I meant to bold it, but I didn't. What do we need to get what we want? What are the things that are essential? And what are the things that are flexible? And really keeping our eye on that so that the plan doesn't get overly fussy and inadvertently close off avenues of opportunity, but to really focus on the essential things. And then again, just some of the examples, and I bring these back for our inspiration as we get into this working session together. The Pearl District from my hometown of Portland, you know, really interesting, fun, vibrant, fully street gridded environment. Real mix of old and new buildings, which may be less, sort of less attainable in our downtown. Santa Barbara.
They're not making new old ones.
No. Santa Barbara, really great example of, again, repurposing old buildings. So maybe that part of it is a little bit less relevant, but the vibe, the artistic vibe, the sort of creativity, and the way it's succeeded in bringing people is something that we can be inspired by. WYNWOOD in Miami, another real arts district and sort of organically developing sort of magnet in that city. We've talked among ourselves, and we've found a few others that maybe a little bit less exciting than WYNWOOD, but maybe a little bit more comparable in certain ways. So we looked at West Hartford, Connecticut, which is maybe a comparably sized city, a prosperous suburb, and has an old downtown, but also has now developed a new wing of that downtown. And I think the interesting thing is that those things have been pretty well fused, well integrated. We've got a place called Belmar, which is a failed mall, which has become the site of a new downtown from the ground up in suburban Denver. That's really interesting because it's maybe got something in common with downtown Santa Clara that those other ones don't, that it's more of a kind of complete overhaul over time. And then Claremont, which we're hearing a lot about, and you know, the university, the presence of, it's a college town like Santa Clara is, and so there's that proximity between downtown and the colleges, and also sort of similar to West Hartford, I think, a good sort of fusion of old and new development in downtown. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Diksha to walk through the preferred plan that we've drawn up that we're going to get into with you.
Great. And I'm just going to say a couple of words. Well, first of all, are there any comments or questions about the grounding before we launch into the first exercise?
I just want to say, I think you've captured our notes very well. I was very pleased with the list, the direction you're going. I think it's on the right track, so thank you.
Great. Thanks, Butch. Other comments? Shall we plow ahead? All right. So first of all, this is a in-progress design review. You know, we're literally, you know, using my old school term, we really literally just peeled the trays up off the tables and brought it here before things are, you know, fully cooked, because they're not. You know, these are in-process ideas. This is our first pass at taking your input and sort of shaping the preferred direction so that we can then use that as the foundational framework for the placemaking strategies. And so both the preferred plan, which is the basis and the framework, is still a work in progress, and the placemaking strategies, which are based on that framework, are initial ideas. So you'll see some things that look, you know, a little bit more refined. You'll see some other things that look a little rougher and sketchy, and it's really just meant to be a, you know, a midpoint pinup, if you will. And because that's purposeful, we want to get your input before we start, you know, finalizing all this. So if you flip to the next slide, I think Diksha is going to sort of take us layer by layer in how we built this hybrid scheme that Peter referred to.
So yeah, hi everyone. What we did was take some of the main elements from the other schemes and then just like looked back at it to see what were like the most essential items that we wanted to make sure that came into the plan, and how do we go about laying them. So I think like the first layer that we're looking at is the streets and public spaces. So what we heard from you was that, yes, we want the central open space, but we do want open space in the phases that comes before that, if that comes really late. What we also heard was that Lafayette might be a very like high vehicular traffic street. So you don't want to be like sitting right next to it in a public space. So how do we shelter it? And also we heard concerns about sunlight. So how do you orient the public spaces so that it's better addressed? What you see here is like a 3 open space plan. So we have one which is near Lafayette, one in the center, and one near the post office. You see that Franklin Street has a special character, which is why it's colored separately. And then near Franklin Street and the intersection of the public spaces, you have like this plaza character, which is where our public spaces can expand into our streets and it becomes like one. So Franklin Street, even though it would be, we're envisioning it as like slight auto access right now, but it is like to emphasize that it is pedestrian priority over everything else. Lafayette in general is a high traffic street, and we'll talk about how we're treating the edge of it so that it's more, there is a good transition to the downtown. And then we also have like a network of alleys, which will enhance serviceability of the buildings that will come into this space, and that will also help with fire access, etc., because they've been kept at 26 feet so that fire trucks can enter those spaces. Next, Peter. So the next layer then we were looking at in terms of what are the essential land uses that we want to ensure that come into our downtown to make it a vibrant space. So everything in red is what we're calling the retail spaces. And we've chosen very specific nodes on where retail should come. So in near Lafayette at the entrance of Franklin Street, then surrounding the central square that we will think of, and like the current Franklin Square in the more western part. And everything else that we're thinking of is more retail ready. So it would be designed to standards that if the downtown really picks up, can be transferred into retail spaces. But right now they could have other uses, maybe like nonprofits, maybe like community spaces, and all of those kind of things can come into our downtown.
So just to, sorry, Diksha, just to point out the colors, so that the red is obviously the ground floor retail, and then the lighter shade of pink between the red blocks are this also ground level space, but that's what we're calling the retail ready space.
Yeah, and then we also see like 2 pink spaces. Those are the spaces that we're considering as like entertainment land uses. So it could be theaters or other like community spaces, or like a conference, or anything that is like very community oriented, but also entertainment. So it could be also like a university based thing. It could be like the Alamo Draft House that we were talking about earlier. And we thought like 2 would be good if that is possible, but 1 would be like a necessity. So we're trying to bring 1 into phase 1, which is why we placed it in the initial blocks. And then we have like the cover on it, which is the urban form. And you don't see any land uses in it because they don't need to be specific per se. We're looking at more like a form approach in this. So what we did try to do was we spoke about having density more towards Lafayette side and lesser on the western side. So we sculpted the buildings to be similar to that. You would also see like a stepping down when it's coming towards Benton and Homestead on either sides. And this is pretty much an envelope so that there is what could be the possible developments in the future. There is also a slight step back from Franklin, but most of the density is around like the central area, so that the surrounding existing context doesn't get too impacted by it. And then we wanted to show how that same envelope or the same like indicators could be used in like flexible land use formats. So this is like one example of it. So you're looking at potentially like a hotel in the phase 1, and then offices more in like the center of the space. Eventually, once like their need picks up and most of the other area that you see is residential. So office is in like the teal blue color that you see, and the hotel is like the purple color that you see, and everything else that you see in yellow is housing. And just to show like the flexibility, like this is an alternate scheme. I mean, we're not saying like either of these things are what's going to happen. We're just like speculating and thinking like what are our chances. And so then if we have like in this one, the hotel has shifted backwards and the offices have like a different orientation, and there is more residential along Franklin Street. Yeah, so this is just like some alternatives to it.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, the land uses on the upper floors is flexible, but certain ground floor uses are fixed, and those become mandates of the plan. And also the form of the buildings are not flexible. So we would have certain heights allowed in certain places, step downs that are dictated by the plan. So the form is highly regulated, but the land uses are flexible within that.
Yep.
And we had heard concerns about solar access, etc. So we did want to do like we did a whole solar study, and we wanted to share it with you.
So this first, okay, so this first one is the summer solstice. Yeah.
Diksha, I may not be doing this right.
Oh, okay.
So this is a moving shadow study that that we're trying to activate, and it's in 3 seasons. So summer, spring, spring and fall equinox, and then the winter solstice. And I think the important outcome of this is that each of the public spaces we've weighted towards the north. And so there's either like in the foreground here, you have the public plaza on Lafayette Street. That's entirely on the north side of Franklin, and there's actually no indented plaza space on the south side, and that's purposeful. For the center plaza on Main Street, the larger portion of the plaza is on the north side to capture the solar axis, and you might flip back to spring and even summer just to see a little bit more about how those plazas capture the sun angle. So that's very purposeful. The reality of the center plaza is that the 2 southern blocks may develop first, just because of land ownership and the current residential on the northern blocks. So there is a plaza component on the southern blocks. Peter, if you want to just point to those on the Main Street Plaza, but those are much shallower. The emphasis is on the northern blocks, at which time they get developed. And then likewise down by Franklin Square, across from the post office, there's a plaza on the north, again, to capture the sun angle. The other thing this showed us is that it would be good to or to have the buildings fronting Franklin a couple of stories lower than the buildings fronting Franklin on the north side, so that again, we're not blocking sunlight down to the street and to the plazas across the way. So a little bit taller building allowances on the north side of Franklin than the south. So this was really a helpful tool to sort of allow us to fine tune both the shape of the public space as well as some of the building heights.
Diksha is going to take over the screen share so that we can see it.
I would just add one quick comment, if I could, that the difference between a downtown and everything else in Santa Clara is that, assuming we can get one, it will offer spatial enclosure where the buildings are taller, as tall as or taller than the width of the space between them. That's what makes a downtown. And that does shade the street quite a lot of the year. And you have no shortage of streets in Santa Clara that get plenty of sun in them all the time.
Yep.
But none of them resemble a downtown.
Okay.
Great.
So if you
So
can see my screen.
Yep, we can.
Okay. So this is our summer solstice example. We did like 3 days of the year, the spring equinox, the summer solstice, and the winter one. So just like to take you through the day and see how like the shadows are playing along in our different
Yeah, so
spaces.
watch how these shadows interact with both the streets and the each of the public spaces as the sun moves across.
So that was our first one. And let me stop sharing completely. And this is more in the spring. And then winter obviously is a little more shadow oriented.
Winters are tallest shadows, but still some sun pockets that we're getting in each of the north side plazas. So great, thank you, Diksha. So I think that's Was that the last part of the sequence, Diksha?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did we have the phasing also? I think?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, let's go to that.
And by the way, in terms of solar access, like quite a few good towns, like for instance, Santa Barbara, your street grid is not north-south, it's skewed, which provides way better solar access than if you were on a straight north-south grid.
So we just wanted to like go through a sequence of phasing and like the potential development and how our downtown might come to be, working with the existing buildings. This is like in no way the sequence that might happen, but it's just like a probable one. So this is looking at the downtown today. And if we switch to the next one, we see like a potential phase one in blocks A and B, and how like the rest of the site stays however it is. And that block A and B is what gets like our new catalyst, which might eventually lead to the other blocks getting developed. One which has like the courthouse, if that eventually like that conversation happens, and then there is the Swenson property. And beyond that, we don't really know in what order things might go. So we're just looking at like a full development. Some things might come before the other, but that's how it could work in phases and develop over time. So each phase in itself has enough like catalysts and enough like active uses so that that phase would draw more activity into our downtown, and it's like bringing us more towards the other side. And that's looking closer at block A and B, which would be our first phase of development, where we're trying to build this catalyst to get this project off. And then if we look at it from the other way, we can look at the plaza spaces that we're talking about. So especially like the plaza on block A and B, how that public space gets shielded by the food court. So like the food court would be like a flexible, transparent space, but it also like creates a barrier between Lafayette and the public space. So there is the entrance and like the gateway that's getting created by that anchor, while at the same time you get to be, you get like a public space which flows through, and you can also like see through to Lafayette and that gateway setup.
And then you'll
Apologies.
notice also the pink volume here on the north side of this plaza. We're suggesting that's where the theater or performing arts wants to be as the cultural anchor. And then the red are the, prescribed and essentially required ground floor retail. So those would become the things that are the fixed elements of the plan. What do we need to get what we want? Going back to that driving principle. So I think this is where we want to go next. But before we do that, I think we'd like to just get people's comments on the direction of the preferred or the hybrid scheme. And I think Peter's going to walk us through a little bit how concept board works so that we can do that.
I'm also sharing the link to the concept board with everyone, with the panelists, so that you can like get into concept board, and so that if you feel like comfortable and you would like want to like write down your comments there itself, or you want to like draw along when we're discussing, you can do all of that.
So yes, so the link is in the chat. And I think we'll just wait maybe for a minute while folks get that up.
And then we can also share the screen,
yeah,
for the general view.
Hey, Jim and all, this is Dan. Just clarification. I think you mentioned this. The pink is also retail, correct?
That's the retail ready. So that's a configuration that can be used for other things, But if the demand for retail should grow, then that can also accommodate retail in the future.
So as people begin to come onto concept board, and it's totally fine if you don't want to do it, we will record your comments. You don't have to worry about this at all, but it's just to make sure that anyone who wants to be actually writing in their own words and drawing and so on has the chance to do that.
And we can also scribe that for you. I think, you know, we kind of have to just try a few things to get everyone in the flow. But if you have a comment on a certain aspect, let's say a phasing or one of the layer diagrams, just say, zoom in on that, you know, the essential elements layer, and I want to talk about, you know, what we're doing on, you know, on Franklin and Maine, and then we can help navigate and zoom in, and then we can either take comments for you, or you can just write your comments directly. But it should all be verbal at the same time, so that we're talking through people's comments. So
And Jim, just for a second, so the concept board is just for the task force members. It's not for anyone in attending. They can just watch at this point. But once we're done with this section, we will go to the attendees for public comment.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
any just general thoughts about how this is feeling, how it's responding to the comments from last workshop? Is this going in the right direction? Does anyone have some comments they want to share?
If I could, this is Dan again. Just an initial observation. It's more of I'm going to begin with the question. The definition of the theater, what is that? Is that a performing arts? Is it a movie theater?
Yeah.
What do you define as a theater?
Yeah. So what we had a great conversation about this internally. It wants to be a place where an entertainment activity is happening a certain minimum number of evenings, afternoons during the week. So for example, we don't want to have a performing arts facility that has 1 or 2 performances a week, because that space is going to be dead the rest of the time. So whatever we can get and attract and program so that there's something happening there almost every night and some afternoons, that's what we're after. If that's an Alamo Draft House, great. If that's a performing arts theater that is partly programmed by university program and partly programmed by other things for the community, and we can get that to a point where there's something going on there almost every night, you know, then that works great. The other thing about that is that we looked at some schemes where there are 2 venues in phase 1. So there might be one on block A and one on block B. If we could get that, and both of those could work together, but again, be highly programmed, so much the better. It just provides more activation. The essential elements layer only shows 1 because we don't want to require 2 and then have that be difficult to achieve. But we think that having 1 in phase 1 and in block A is an essential element of the plan.
And Jim, actually,
got it. Now,
we are showing 2, but I think that's a good thing. That's a good question you bring up. Is what's the, you know, how much do we want to dictate? And I think where we're trying to say is 1 is essential, and there are 2 good locations for it, and yet we'd really like it to happen in phase 1.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to point out, and this is more aesthetic than anything, but it's something that we continuously hear, and I don't know if you guys can go backwards into the angle. I'm going to try to get my northeast west. So you would be basically south. You'd be south facing northwest, and you showed a green spot, and I apologize, I did not come up. We got notification on how to use the board a couple days ago, and I've had just a rash of meetings, so I didn't get a chance to bone up on it.
No worries.
But,
we can scribe it.
But the theater that you have is recessed in with a green in front of it, and I might be incorrect there. Is that
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. The
Okay.
green is the plaza. So it's not literally green, but that is the phase 1 public plaza, and the theater faces onto that plaza.
So the
One
theater
of the
would not be
things that I-
directly on any street, right? It would be, you would have to walk through the plaza to get to the
Correct.
theater.
Correct.
And then the major agenda I have on that, and not I mean, you're going to get a pushback, is that a lot of people, we're not talking about recreating downtown Santa Clara, but aspects of the downtown, specifically, and the one that's mentioned most is that 40-foot vertical that says Santa Clara, and that has got to be on Franklin Street.
Gotcha.
So,
So
and that announces.
that's a must-have.
Could it be
It's a-
on the open space? Could we have a freestanding kind of marquee like that, or a sign that says Santa Clara?
I think as far as the, everything from people coming into the city or into the, the main square, if it's on the street, I think that's the major, and I thought of that too. But, everything from people's interpretation or view of that sign as they enter Franklin, either on foot or in car or what have you, it announces Santa Clara. From that to a blimp shot, it cannot be hidden. I think it's got to be front and center.
Yeah, and I got a question though. So I've seen a lot of theaters that they are offset in the back, kind of like this model, but they have a facade on the streetscape. Because I agree, I think you need to have something on the streetscape to draw.
Correct.
But you could walk through like a small, like, it's got to be wide enough. It can't be like an alleyway, but you could walk through like the opening lobby and then walk into the wider space, right?
Correct. We actually have some pictures of that we're going to show you in a minute. We think that's important. There's an example in Palo Alto that does exactly that.
Yeah.
And they actually all did it. 1920s, they'd have a very thin storefront mezzanine that would lead to a very big theater in the back. So it would be the varsity.
Because a theater is basically a box with no windows. So you really don't want that on your main street. So we'll show you some examples in a minute.
Awesome. So you could have something come out in that pink area on Lafayette and still have the marquee and everything, just the way you show it. But
and it could be a 30-foot, storefront, a very thin storefront. I don't know if 30 feet's thin, but again, even the Fox California downtown, in relation to the size of the place, it's a super thin, vestibule and mezzanine that leads to a very big theater. In the case of the Alamo Draft House, they came out, took a look at the downtown. That was their idea. It's a very thin, entranceway that maybe would have a bar on the side, leading into a series of small theaters that could be, take up the same amount of square footage as the old, the old theaters that I was used to as a kid.
Yeah. But what you're saying, Dan, is that having that theater fronting on Franklin, just as a recall to the old downtown, and again, this isn't a literal recreation, but that is as a sort of a cultural icon, there'd be a strong desire for that in the plan. So for example, we might flip this theater to the south of the plaza.
Yes.
And it could still be centered on the plaza, very ceremoniously, and activate the plaza, but it would be facing it from the south. And it could be right on it could be right on fronting Franklin Street and just be built into the program of that building on the south side.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yep, exactly. Perfect.
Looking at it, a little bit of different approach. I think that we're looking at a space that Jim and you had mentioned that needs to be activated constantly. And I think in order to activate it constantly, you need to be able to have the flexibility to be able to have a lobby space and whatnot that draws the audiences in. In a movie theater, you don't really need that. But if you're looking at a multiple space, one of the most exciting things you can do is when you drive down a street and you see this incredible building that's alive and vibrant, people in lobbies, people coming in and out of the building, that's what's going to help draw people in. I understand, Dan, what you're saying about the old movie theaters, but the real question that I think needs to be researched is if you put a performance space there, what is really going to keep that activated 7 days a week, afternoons and evenings? And I think it has to be more than just a movie theater. There has to be other spaces that can be used for community gatherings, for theater, for dance, for classes, for things like that. So having that vibrancy on the street pulls people into it, and it becomes an active space rather than a place that you walk into the door.
And we're even seeing some of these sort of cultural centers as, you know, just community centers for all kinds of activities that can be very transparent. You can have practice rooms where music groups are in there practicing, but they're behind a storefront window, so you can see that activity happening. So I think there's a lot of things that can be done to activate a use like that.
Yeah.
And one, I don't want to go down a, I'll shut up after this, but one thing I would suggest, and they would be open to do this for free, is we've been talking with Alamo, their competitors, so forth, and those guys would come in and just tell you exactly, if you want a theater that is going to drive not just nighttime but daytime activity, they can deliver that, and they can explain what the optimal design is for that. So because I'm no expert, they're I bring them out and listen to them.
Yeah, and Dan, I would agree with you, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse. To be honest, we're starting to get into the weeds where we should stay up at the 30,000 foot level.
Yeah,
my only point was the sign.
Well, and I think that's vitally important that you have that landmark. We saw it with the Super Bowl. When we were negotiating with the Super Bowl, the TV rights, they said, we would love to feature Santa Clara, but you don't have a picture for us. We have a Golden Gate Bridge, we have a Clay Tower, but, and this, you're right. I think this could be the iconic piece that we need, because we're going to be up against a major iconic piece in San Jose as they do the Confluence art that's going in there. That's going to be a major draw. So we have to think about that too in the city of Santa Clara. We can't do it on that scale, but we need something that we can photograph and people go, that's Santa Clara.
Yeah.
Jim, can I change the subject?
Yeah.
I just want to chime in. Yeah, in terms of a theater, it seems to be, since you're in the theater and it's generally dark, as you're watching the performance, because it's so critical. It's like a box, like you were saying, Jim, or David. Having it on the south side makes more sense to me. But the Prune Ridge is an example where it's not an example I know you're thinking of, Dan, but in terms of there's a plaza in front of the prune yard, and then the theater's set back, and it's starting to evolve now that's sort of being redone, that it's getting some more energy and traction with restaurants around there. Now that doesn't necessarily work with the sun component, but maybe the theater is enough to draw, the sun's not going to work everywhere, like you guys all said, but it seems to me it makes the most sense on the south side, because you're not having a big box on a north side that's going to get the north, the southern exposure.
Yeah, that southern exposure is valuable, so you want to have uses there that can really take advantage of that.
Exactly.
But I think, Jim, to your point, and again, I don't want to go in the weeds, but that enables you, because you have a blank wall, to go into an area that doesn't need windows, which all housing does, all retail does. So it's an opportunity to put it potentially in the center of the block, in between the two buildings, or what have you. So
Yeah,
I'll
and
leave
the
it there.
alleys can move. The alleys are flexible, so I think something like that could work nicely.
Yep. And then the last thing is that this is not, I like the 2 theater idea, if we can pull it off, because I think Butch has said multiple times that, he can pack a theater multiple days a year. So that's a different crowd. And, if you've got, that kind of excitement in one theater and then you got another one, it's incredible for the
So much the
retailers
better.
in that downtown.
So
Yep.
much the better. It really starts to create an entertainment destination, and people are coming here for all kinds of different reasons. And so I think if you could get them both in phase 1, that would be a real coup.
But again,
I
I need to
agree.
jump in on this. That building, one of the problems we have, and we've had in this over the last 20, 30 years, is we've been building these performing arts centers, these huge mammoth buildings that are only active a limited amount of time. Go down to this downtown San Jose to the Center of Performing Arts. Great building on site, but it looks dead all the time. I think what the future is holding, what our research is showing, is we're going back to the days of what we're calling community centers or cultural centers.
Yeah.
So that even if you have a movie theater, you don't need blank walls. You can still put the theater in the middle and build around it. And here you have some windowed classrooms where you have an art class happening on Saturday morning, or you have a dance thing happening here, or you have other things happening in the building. So that building stays alive morning, noon, and night. You're not relying on a movie business driving it, or a theater business driving it, or a dance theater driving it. Those are one element that helps drive people there. But if you're not activating that community building with classes and things like that, and I'm not talking Santa Clara University classes, they could be community classes, they could be workshops, they could be business classes, they should be conference center type of things. So thinking about that core piece, it should be something that has the multiple uses to it, that addresses many needs and keeps it active from 8 in the morning till midnight every day.
Yeah. Great point.
Yeah, just to highlight that part, we were actually like thinking of that when we were doing the plan. And we like created some like retail ready or like some multi-use space like right next to the theater, which could also even like front on Lafayette. And we didn't really want to like define the kind of use, but that could be like these kind of spaces that we're talking about, and could be like the active frontage that like shows the activity that goes inside in those spaces.
Yeah. Great.
So
Good
if I-
discussion on
if I can
the
take
theater
this-
element or the entertainment element.
Yeah, if I can take us back up to like the 30,000 foot level, because this is kind of the land use plan. So
Right.
Yeah.
one of the things that I noticed when you guys were doing the presentation is, I mean, I think this is what I've been trying to get to, is this block plan, which I think is really good to understand the building envelopes and just kind of roughly the locations. But one of the things that I've really noticed with what you guys have put together is that it doesn't seem like it's taken into a lot of account of land ownership and the current way that this 10 blocks is chopped up into multiple parcels. And so it's kind of assuming that we have more of a blank slate and we can do almost whatever we want. And that is something that is somewhat concerning, because, and the last plan that was done for Santa Clara, I believe, was 2006 or 7. And one of the things that they did was they put together a plan that basically surrounded what, or cut off the rest of the downtown from what Santa Clara owned and had control over, which is basically the A, B, and I think it's C, right? Where the courthouse is, because we have some of the property there.
Yep.
And so what I want to make sure we do is we basically are planning for what we can do now, but also make sure that we can fold it in as we march forward and the catalyst builds.
Yeah.
And I mean, the two big things that I see is, one, obviously, like Prometheus's property. You guys have some parkland space and stuff and a bunch of retail. I mean, the odds of that happening is probably slim to none. Or it'd be very difficult to do it the way you guys have it, with a street cutting through and everything else.
Let me just
Go ahead.
pause you there, because I just want to explain that. So this diagram here with the essential elements is showing only the ground floor components of a much bigger project. So if you flip to the next diagram, which shows the upper floors,
Oh, no, I understand all that.
the assumption here is that from at some point, and it may not be in the next 10 years, and it could even not be in the next 20 years, Prometheus is going to be all in on a redevelopment project. At some point, it will make sense for them because of the value of the land. And so that's the underlying assumption here. But these two blocks, you know, may not get developed for a long time, depending on when Prometheus would be interested in doing that. So blocks A, B, C, and the Swenson block, I forget what that one is, E maybe.
These are D and F. Yeah.
Yeah, E and F. Those would probably go first, and they would need to, you know, kind of stand on their own and, you know, be the critical mass of a downtown, until which time those Prometheus blocks change.
No, I understand that this is just the ground floor. I totally understand it.
Okay.
But the issue I have is with multiple conversations with them, and I mean, just knowing the value of 176 units that are generating, you know, a ton of cash flow, it's going to be extremely hard to move them off the dime.
Yep.
And then also that we have already taken, or we have already negotiated an easement of some of their land to use for the public right of way. We're actually undermining some of that. And then what we're trying to do with the courthouse. So I'm just using them as an example because they're obviously kind of our biggest hurdle, them and the courthouse. But I just want to make sure that we're taking into account, you know, the current land ownership. I mean, if we take block A, where the university and Santa Clara own, I mean, you guys are assuming basically that we're going to, and, you know, Butch, correct, you know, can speak up if he wants, but you're basically saying that Santa Clara and the university are going to come to an agreement to build a large development project that splits the two lots, right? So either there's going to have to be some kind of weird agreement with a land lease, or somebody has to sell some of their property off to the other individual, right? I mean, you can't
There's
build
a lot of ways to do that.
Huh?
There's 10 ways to do that.
But
Yeah.
that is the assumption. And if you actually scroll down to your existing conditions, Deeksha, that you had up there before. So Adam, you're bringing up a really good point. There are some complicated land ownership problems. And I think what we're trying to say here is that the first couple of phases need to be the ones, the land ownership conditions that are solvable, that are not the most complicated. So blocks A and B, yes, the assumption is there would be a level of cooperation between the city and the university so that those two blocks could be developed in a cooperative way. The courthouse then is another, you know, it's not easy, but if you can get the courthouse to move and you can get that parcel, then that's another city-owned parcel behind the courthouse, and then the courthouse itself, which is potentially another, you know, cooperative ownership. And then the third one, and this is kind of how we thought about it, the third one would be the Swenson block. Again, one owner, but also an owner that has expressed interest in, you know, being involved at you know, in some way. So, and now as you go west, it gets a whole lot more complicated.
I'm just very concerned that we have a lot in this center. I mean, I agree that A and B are going to be a lot easier, and I do believe the university will work with the city. They're probably going to be our best partner in that regard to try to get the catalyst going. But you have a lot of massing in a very complicated area of, you know, of open space and retail that I've had, like I said, I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of the different owners over the years, and it just doesn't seem, I think we really have to make sure whatever that catalyst is, whatever we need to make this thing work, we need to use as much of our own resources and not count on someone else eventually, you know, participating in the program.
So you are,
well, if I could,
yeah, go ahead.
One comment I had on that, and I think it dovetails into what Adam's saying, is that I think it's important or paramount to get with those those folks and find out what it would, just to understand, just to have a conversation and understand what would it take to do that.
Well, hold on a minute. But I mean, going back to kind of what you guys were talking about, and I know there are a lot of different mechanisms and ways that you can join parcels and split and do a lot of like easements and setbacks and all that kind of stuff. So the thing that I guess is it better? This is not even specific to our plan, but is it better? You guys have more experience to produce a plan that is the best plan over, you know, this area, whatever area is defined, or is it better to understand all the constraints of the area and then work around those constraints?
Well, if you work around the constraints, you're going to have a pretty funny looking downtown. I mean, there's been a series of enormous mistakes made here, and you can't just unmake them all at once. The strategy, well, I mean, you decide. If you want a 2-block downtown, your wish is granted. But if you want more, you need to create a situation where the value of the real estate of those little woodsy apartments there in the little redwood forest becomes so high that a prudent owner is going to reinvest in the property to capture the latent value.
So you're saying it's better to put a plan together, basically, that would be.
Yeah, well, that's your own. Well, I mean, it depends on what your goal is. If it's your goal is to have sort of, you know, 2/3 of a little C-shaped mixed use project, then just don't worry about the apartments. But
Well,
everyone's goal is to build the whole 10 blocks. I just think, you know, to your point, we have made some huge mistakes over the last 60 years. And so I'm trying not to just replicate more mistakes, right? Like, but plow through, build the 2 blocks, lose really our only, you know, I've said it before, the 2 blocks are our most important because we have control over it.
Yep.
So if we don't build something that is going to be that catalyst that will drive the other landowners off their position of just holding, then we will be left with what you're saying, either 2 blocks or a C or this really funny looking downtown that we've had. So I'm trying to rectify that over, you know, within the plans kind of, and I just want to make sure we're considering some of those constraints when we're laying this out.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would answer your question is that making a downtown is in part setting strong intention through the catalyst pieces that you have control of. And the other part is bringing other landowners along to participate in that vision and that momentum. And then, so if that's your goal, then you have to have a very strong first phase catalyst, and you need to get as many of the essential framework pieces in place, like the Franklin Street connection, like certain cross streets like Washington. Get those in place, get those right-of-ways established. You won't have the Main Street right-of-way completely going through for a while, but you may be able to get from Homestead to Franklin if you work with the courthouse. So, you know, it's a tactical game of getting as many of those pieces as you can in place, setting strong intention, and then, you know, bringing those other landowners along.
I think there's 3 parts to the strategy. I think 1 is a very clear vision of a very strong plan. 2 is to do the first phase or 2 phases beautifully, and to make it clear that with the easement that the city negotiated from along the back side of the apartments there, we will draw a plan that shows that you can connect the blocks A and B to blocks E and F with or without the cooperation, but basically they cannot block you.
Yeah.
And basically you surround them with good stuff and make their property worth so much that it's just embarrassing to leave those old apartments on it.
I agree. I mean, I think we're gonna have to push them by bringing them economic benefit.
Just make them too rich.
Yeah.
I have a question. You know, I'm kind of reminded of in downtown San Jose. I apologize for the background noise. My son's here. Sorry. In downtown San Jose, San Pedro Street has a very unfortunate interface where one whole entire stretch of that street is a parking garage. And they did ground floor retail in the parking garage where they carved out, you know, they called it San Pedro Square. We're in some different design awards and stuff, but, you know, they rotate through different vendors and they've kind of created something out of something that hopefully over time when people don't want to park, you know, that's why they have the parking garage, they can redevelop that site. And I'm just wondering if we always talk about these parcels kind of from a major redevelopment standpoint. And I think that Adam's, you know, sort of like asking, how do we, is there something to do? I don't know if I don't want to put words in your mouth, Adam, but, you know, is there something today, not maybe today, but, you know, that in the next 10 years, we could work cooperatively with these properties to get something that is at least more than a hole in the downtown. I just don't know if we've come up with a concept like that.
We have a lot of ideas and we've been dying to draw it, but I think we may be approaching the time at which we can do that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it has to do, maybe we could go back to the phasing, but to your point, Rena, you know, let's say block A and B are that sort of strong first step, the intention setter, the catalyst. And once that's done, you know, any number of things could happen, you know, depending on how quickly you can reach agreement with the courthouse, that block could go. It could also be that parcels clear down on the west end all of a sudden say, wow, look what's happening on the east end down by Lafayette. Now would be a great time to redevelop my property, you know, which is underutilized. It might have a one-story building on it, and that could happen down on Monroe, and that's okay. I mean, I think that sort of organic, you know, motivation of different landowners once they see this first piece can start happening. And if we can connect Franklin through, which we can because you've secured the right of way, then it can actually all connect together even from quite an early stage. So I think those kind of little happenstance redevelopments that might even happen on a relatively small parcel, Rena, that I think you're alluding to, that can all happen. And then, you know, at some point you're going to get a big boost because all of a sudden Swenson says, okay, we're going to be all in with our block. And that's going to be a major change and another major piece of the puzzle, you know, that falls in place. So I think the plan needs to be flexible to let that happen, but we need to supply the framework, you know, get Franklin Street all the way through from, you know, from the get-go. And then it becomes the, you know, the connector that connects all these little beads together, if you will.
And there may be some interim versions of Franklin. You know, it'll evolve over time. But it can be cool in an initial phase that may change when other property owners come in. But I think the key is to make it good at each stage, because phased projects are interesting because there's things all over the country that were built to be temporary, and there they are 70 years later. But I think there's a way to make this so that it would be complete and good at each stage. Just it would be different at the next increment.
Absolutely. Like, for example, in this diagram where the blue line is drawn, it may be that in the current Franklin alignment that the city has acquired does have an S, you know, it's got a bend in it. It's not a perfectly straight full right of way because there's some constraints with the Prometheus property, but there's enough to create a two-way street. And, you know, to David's point, that two-way street wants to be done really nicely. So it's an experience in and of itself, even though you're not going to have maybe the courthouse redeveloped for another few years, and, you know, Swenson may not do anything for a while. That's going to be a really great connector between your phase 1 and Franklin Square, and people will start utilizing that. And then, you know, then things will go from there.
And there's worse things that could happen, that you end up with a street that's got a wiggle in it. I mean, go look at the old city in Barcelona. It's not the gigantic 7-story buildings with the chamfered corners and the boulevards. It's narrow little streets that have wiggles and waggles. So if that is on an interim basis, that would be fine. It might even, if people might like the wiggle so much that you keep it.
Yeah, it could become a, you know, part of the culture of downtown, you know, one of those landmark elements. So I want to do a little reality check on our timing. We've got a little over a half hour in our scheduled time here, and this is a really rich discussion right now. So one avenue we could take is just continue here and let this discussion continue. The feedback is really helpful to us. Another option would be to just flip over to the placemaking piece. We can sort of show you some of the ideas we developed. Some of them relate to what we're talking about, but they are more focused on blocks A and B. Or we could sort of say, no, we're not ready. We really want to deal with the framework overall for a while longer. We need to save the, you know, that block A and B placemaking piece for another time. So I just want to be deliberate about what we take on here in the next half hour or so.
Can I interject? So I think it would be good. I mean, we're all just getting familiarized with these blocks, right? I think it would be good to familiarize ourselves with a little bit of the placemaking right now, because it kind of completes the whole initial, you know, it adds some color to, or not color is the wrong
some
word.
meat to the bones.
Yeah, exactly. And because the next thing I was going to get into was, I think it's super important when you start to create these sort of 3D renderings of streetscapes is to try, you know, one of the things that is beautiful about downtowns is the repetition of building forms. There's not a repetition, but they're not just these monoliths, right? So I would encourage you guys, when I look at these larger, you know, they're like almost that one building on the in the picture you have on the screen right now, you know, with the retail on the south side, it's almost a half block as a block form, right? And it's important to break that up into multiple facades to create some sort of rhythm that's harkens to older downtowns versus, you know.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. Yeah, and that's the deceiving, you know, the unfortunate thing about these models is that they are envelopes, but within the envelope, the architecture, just as you're describing, it would be much more articulated. This would be, you know, divided up into multiple components with, you know, changes happening in the facades and so forth.
That's good.
Definitely.
I have just a real quick question, Jim. So this concept board looks really cool, and I agree with Rob. I think we should hit the placemaking briefly, so that way we can kind of get the full spectrum of what you guys have been able to put together thus far.
Okay.
Is the concept board, is this something that we can like continue to mark up over the next, you know, the holiday and everything, and then you guys get it? It's like a collaborative online.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, to Rob's point, I think we're just all kind of digesting this right now, and I think there are going to be a lot of questions, and I think it'd be good to be able to just have some time to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the beauty of this tool.
Perfect.
So we can definitely do that. Okay, that sounds great. Is there anybody that doesn't want to go to placemaking yet? We heard two.
No, I think we do. I do have a question, and I can ask it at the end. I've got that marked. That we can go ahead and leave this, but I'll come back to it.
Okay, cool.
Great.
So Peter, if we could just, I guess, go to that the slide sequence for the placemaking, and then let's just try to move through that fairly quickly and leave a little time for discussion. Okay, so here we're zooming in on blocks A and B, and we're saying, okay, if those envelopes and sort of essential elements are the framework that we're generally agreeing with, how do we start to activate that? How do we start to really give that the flesh that becomes a real place with the personality of this community? So this is just a series of diagrams. What we've done is we've divided placemaking, for better or for worse, into 4 components. And the first component is streets and public spaces. The second component is green infrastructure. The third component is circulation. And the fourth component is what we're calling public space programming and ground floor activation, because those things are all sort of working together to sort of create activity in these spaces. So we're just going to walk through each of those. So the streets and public spaces really start to look in a little bit more detail of the framework of the streets, the street widths, the sidewalk widths. We're saying 15 feet is the sort of the minimum sidewalk width you need on Franklin Street, and then an additional width that of 8 feet that can be used for a multitude of things. It can be used for a bulb out. It can be used for a bulb in that could accommodate parking, but it could also accommodate a parklet. It could accommodate food trucks doing certain events. It could accommodate bike share racks. So this starts to set up a language of the bulb in and bulb outs that could have these multiple uses. There would be indented parking on all the surrounding side streets, and we would probably want to maximize those streets for parking and not have a lot of multiplicity of use in those spaces, because we're really wanting that to be concentrated on Franklin Street. And those sidewalks might be only 10 feet wide on the side streets. And then there's a system of alleys, as we talked about before, that are 26 feet wide so that they can accommodate fire access, so that that function doesn't all have to happen either on Franklin or on the side street. So the alleys really help for for the fire safety aspect.
And also garbage collection too.
And garbage collection, because you can have a lot of the service areas and the trash enclosures on the alleys as well. And also to access loading for, if you had a theater, you're going to have truck access to the back of house and that sort of thing. The other thing that this conveys is this different configurations of the plaza space. So there is a main plaza that is shown in yellow here, but then that plaza is expandable across Franklin to create a larger plaza. And then that is expandable the entire length of Franklin on this block to create sort of a linear plaza. That could be used as a separate element, leaving the main plaza in yellow alone, or they could all be combined. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about how you program that. But the idea is that this public space could take on all of these different configurations. Flip to the next layer. And okay, so this is circulation. So this just starts to talk about, again about,
Jim?
Yeah.
Jim, this is Andrew. We had a question from one of the audience to just help us with orientation.
Okay, yeah, north
at.
is to the well, effective north is to the right. It's actually skewed off a little bit, but west, in other words, going towards Franklin Square, is straight up, and then Benton,
Lafayette's on the bottom.
yeah, Lafayette's on the bottom, Benton is on the right, and Homestead is on the left.
So we're really just looking at the 2 blocks on Lafayette.
Exactly, just blocks A and B on Lafayette. This is our, likely phase 1. So the circulation starts to show about these more about these flexible use curb zones that can be used for parking, for drop off, for food trucks, for parklets, so restaurants can have spill out. They can be used for bike share. They could be used for scooter share. So lots of different uses for these curb areas. Two-way circulation on Franklin, but also some additional width so that you could accommodate a shuttle. So there's been a lot of talk of trolleys, shuttles, some sort of a transit connection up and down Franklin Street that could go all the way through the Franklin right-of-way through the university and access the train station. So this is leaving some width in the Franklin Street right-of-way width to accommodate that. Two-way alleys. This scheme shows a parking garage. So this is an above-ground garage that could serve the existing office building that exists now on Block B, but that parking could also be shared for other events that happen over the during the weekends and in the evenings. So it could take on the function of a public garage. And then this also shows how the circulation can access service areas off of the alley system, the minimum widths of those facilities. So sort of the basic structure of the circulation network. And then in the next layer, we're showing, I believe, green infrastructure. So this starts to say, street trees are important, but you really want the soil strips that connect all those street trees together to do their work in terms of water infiltration and water filtering. You want to have healthy soil systems that support the long-term health of these trees so that they get large and mature and are healthy. These bulb outs can be used for stormwater gardens or rain gardens. And so that can add a greening element to Franklin Street. And those rain gardens can intersperse with these little pull-out areas that could be used for some of the other uses that I mentioned. Roof decks of the and podium decks for the residential can also be green elements that can absorb rainwater and filter it. So there's a lot of things that we can do here in terms of green infrastructure. Lots of permeable paving, for example, in the parking lane, that can all be permeable pavers so that water can go into this broader network of stormwater management. And then in the next layer, I believe, okay, so this is retail culture and activation. There's a lot going on this diagram, but what it talks about is all of the different activating activities that can happen. So if you start with the pink squiggle lines along the building frontages, those are retail frontages. And then you start to have in front of those some outdoor dining that we're showing in light blue that faces the main plaza. We're starting to show the main plaza itself being able to grow across Franklin Street into a larger plaza. So Franklin Street could be blocked at certain times and you could expand that plaza and have larger uses, or the entire block could be closed and you could have a farmer's market the whole length of Franklin Street from east to west or from bottom to top. The food hall itself is both a separator of the plaza from Lafayette, but also a joiner because it would have an activated frontage on Lafayette, but it would also have an activated frontage facing the plaza with outdoor dining fronting on it. There are little overflow possibilities out into the alleys. So if you have let's say an art fair or a music event, you need some more space. These programmed areas can start pushing out into the alley system. So you see these yellow bubbles that indicate overflow zones in the alleys. And then another idea we just started experimenting with is, what if the performing arts had the ability to have an interior performance in one instance, or an outdoor performance at its main entrance that could then use the plaza itself as, for the audience? Or could the front of the performing arts be retractable so that you could have a performance on the main stage, but the audience could spill out of the performing arts and into the plaza? So there might be multiple different ways that you could have events with different size audiences. So those are, I think some of the main ideas in terms of activation. And then I think in the next one, we're just, showing sort of a composite of, what that starts to look like from a design standpoint. The plaza wants to be, on the one hand, open so that it can accommodate different types of uses very flexibly without trees blocking sight lines, but it also wants to have trees for shade. So sort of striking that balance of what's the right amount of trees and shade, and where do they go. And then I think we're going from there to, so these are images that we've seen before. We continue to assemble images that sort of become the informing concepts and ideas that we're always keeping in mind, that can sort of help us once we get to this level of design and placemaking. So this shows some examples of streets and public spaces and green infrastructure. And I think the next one shows retail and culture and some of the activating uses that I spoke about in the last diagram. The parklets, different events and festivals happening in the plaza, and so forth. And then I think we're going from there to David and Andrew.
Oh, okay. Well, you've seen most of these before, I think. So on Benton, so obviously Franklin is the main thing. And at the same time, we think that Benton and Homestead have very important jobs, which are A, to look like they're streets that are part of a downtown, B, provide a lot of access to the downtown from all the surrounding neighborhoods, and in the case of Homestead, from a great distance, and make much better environments for pedestrians and bicycles, and to make a spatial connection yet transition between the 1- and 2-story homes and what may be in the future downtown scale buildings. So next, please. So that's a little hard. Okay, so this is one way to do that. You could, if you don't probably need a continuous left turn lane. So having a new median with significant trees, ensuring that there are existing or new, probably both, significant trees in the parkway strips, so that it starts to be more of a space and less of a highway. And then at the same time, it creates basically it's a transitional room, if you will, between the single family neighborhood and whatever's across the street. We illustrated on the left here, in this case, what we call 2.5-story multifamily buildings, which could be very compatible with single family. We're showing here a 2-story scale mixed use building at the street with a roof terrace stepping back to taller buildings that would be over against Franklin. Next. We have another picture.
And this also shows an example of, in the distance, you see how flexible frontage, if you have retail in the foreground on the left, beyond
Yes.
that, it's still a dooryard because the
Right.
market is not yet supported. So that shows how retail can kind of filter through in phases.
And one of the key contributions that we expect to make to this work is to define standards for a range of frontage typologies that can calibrate the degree of privacy that is necessary if the ground floor is housing, and the degree of openness that's necessary if the ground floor is non-residential, and transitions in between for flexible ground floor uses. Next. And if a higher intensity of development is wanted on the left, here is an illustration of techniques that, number one, give the ground floor a fairly strong residential character using dooryards, perhaps with small walls rather than the fences that are across the street, giving the buildings more of a two-story scale by setting back the third floor with open terraces. And you'll notice that the fact that you might have a triple row of trees creating a very strong green outdoor room where you currently just have the wide street can provide a great degree of softening for the views from the houses on the right to new buildings on the left. And then the possibility that even taller buildings would step up once you're deeper into the block and closer to Franklin. So we think that it's possible to scale. We think that a fairly broad range of, quote, densities, unquote, are possible if the scale and modulation, as one of you mentioned earlier, the horizontal modulation is terribly important, that the fenestration, the window patterns would generate increments probably of 20 or 25 feet. Almost all historic downtowns were platted based on 25-foot lot increments. And if the buildings reflect that increment, they're going to have scale. They're going to be bigger than, but have scale characteristics that make them quite compatible with the houses. Next. So here's the existing situation, just, quickly modeled on Lafayette as you're passing the theater, some of the theater on the campus and the existing office building across the street. Next. So we're suggesting that by widening sidewalks and perhaps collapsing from 4 lanes to, go back, please. I'm sorry, excuse me.
From 3 very wide lanes.
Yeah, right now you've got, 18-foot lanes. Well, that's Caltrans for you. Next, please. But in fact, cars, aren't even 7 feet wide, and trucks are only about 8. So it's possible to, just with paint and some planters that pop out, you could make the space very visually narrower, and the pedestrian spaces much more comfortable and provide good bike lanes.
And we're showing that existing office building reskinned and with a walkable loggia in front. And on the right, we're just keeping the theater because you can't expect that's going to go away tomorrow, and doing some projections on it. And we're
you could do murals on it, or you could do light projections. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with a blank wall.
Yeah.
And then across on the existing office building on the left, we are suggesting you could have a large scale colonnade that would create more of a 2-story scale, less of a tall slab kind of an aesthetic there, and also provide some active space at the ground level that might be useful for some activities, even dining, depending on what happened with the ground floor uses, and a terrace that overlooks the street. Next, please. And then this is hypothesizing that at some point the university might remake their edge of the street. And if they did, we're just suggesting that building that is very characteristic of many California university buildings that have a strong expression, well, that have circulation in beautiful two-story arcades, such that you would see a lot of activity as students come and go, and it could very much enliven the other side of the street as well. And here we're showing on the left the possibility that rather than just an open colonnade, perhaps a liner space that's 1 to 2 stories high, perhaps a tall one, could be added to the existing office building to give it a very different character and add usable ground floor space.
And this is assuming that bike lanes are accommodated on other north-south streets. And
Right.
so you could still accommodate the 3 lanes of traffic that they have, but then grab some more space for that first phase of downtown.
Because if Washington goes through, that might actually be a more pleasant street to ride a bike on than Lafayette in any case. And you can still ride a bike on any street. I mean, the guys in the spandex pants are going to ride on this street, whether we put a sign there or not. And guys and gals. Okay, next, please. Okay, now this is an image showing a version of Franklin Street, and not at the square, but just, we just ripped this off the boards. We usually have buildings that are a little more gorgeous, but if you, on the right, it would just be a simple, too simple, but we're working on it. Ground floor shop front. And when we say retail ready, we're generally mean ground floor heights that are at least 13, 14, 15 feet high, so that high quality shops and restaurants could occupy them later, even if the initial use was not that. Then on the right, housing above, and another version on the left with a 2-story piece fronting the sidewalk, and then stepping back to something taller to let the sun in from the south, and with roof terraces up there that could be for housing or dining or whatever. And then we're showing pretty intense, we're showing the possibility of a lot of furnishing of the sidewalks. If they were as wide as this, which is wider than 15 feet, obviously, I think this is about 20 on the right and 24 or 5 on the left, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay, but what we're showing here, that includes the 8-foot strip Jim was talking about. So the 8 feet closest to the moving traffic is reprogrammable over time, and could be, well, as actually some friends of ours did in downtown Mountain View on Castro Street years ago, where that parking strip can be parking or it can be dining. And we even showed on the right the possibility of some trellis structures with lights overhead. And on the left, it's just umbrellas. And if they're this wide, you have the possibility of dining right up against the building, then a 7 or 8 foot wide walking way, and then another row of dining at the curb. That's actually that's pretty common in South Beach in Miami. It works really well, where you have room for tables at the curb and tables across the face of the building. Next. Okay, here's an illustration of what that square might be. So here we've shown an alternative where Franklin Street itself could have some paving patterns that sort of unify it with the square. We've shown a green square in the center, and then a simple grid of pavement, and that could extend across both sides of the street, even further strengthening the sense that when this block of Franklin might be closed to traffic for special events, really the whole thing is nothing else except one big plaza, as Jim was showing. We showed the food hall, which I want to have it a little taller and more impressive, but we're showing it as a freestanding thing with a space to move between it and the face of the building to the right, we think that could be a very strong idea. And we also think it's incredibly important that the face of the building at the ground floor around the square be active all the way. And I'll show you something in a second about what we were talking earlier about the theaters. Theaters is like a 2 or 3 story tall box without windows, and that should not be right on the square. Probably should not be right on the street, across the street. By the way, I was looking at the picture of your historic theater when we were chatting about that. The theater piece is only about 25 or 30 feet wide with shop fronts on both sides of it. So that would be fine on the square or on the left.
Yeah.
And
one
next,
detail I really like on this drawing is that I wanted to point out is that the bike lane slips behind the bus stop. That's really nice, slick, safe way to do eliminate conflicts between bikes and buses.
Yeah, that's a new trick that's been developed. NACTO's developed that over the last few years. It's the class 4 thing where you figure the bikes have more in common with the pedestrians than they do with the vehicles. And so you spin them around and let them join the pedestrians to cross the street rather than making them go across with the buses.
And it eliminates the conflict of buses pulling across a lane to the stop and cutting off bicycles. You know, they just flow right behind. So
Berkeley campus has that around it.
Yeah. And it can work either way, but this is sort of the latest recommendations from NACTO, and they're pretty smart people.
Yeah.
Okay, next, please. Oh, this is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just sort of, so this is a ground level view. This is a little bit different take on the plaza, but essentially the same framework that David was describing in the last view there. And that one was looking from the other side. Now this one is looking from Franklin Street back towards Lafayette and then the university beyond. So you can see the food hall in the back of the plaza opening onto the plaza. You see the theater on the left end of the plaza, and then the ability to have performances in front of that to activate the plaza. Outdoor dining in the plaza, space for outdoor dining on the sidewalks. The curb lane can be used for green infrastructure, stormwater management, as we're showing in some of these rain garden pockets, or it can be used for other things like food truck, bike share racks and things like that, or on the other side of the street just for drop off and pickup along the plaza. So this is just really an overall view. And I think Anna, I just saw you comment about putting a roof terrace over the food hall. That's exactly what we're showing here. So maybe the theater has a mezzanine space that opens out, onto this roof deck, and you get just another level of activity here. And then I think we split this up into sort of the 4 layers of placemaking. But we can kind of quickly go through this. So this is the basic structure. Again, the plaza and the street going through. The next one is the green infrastructure component. The next one is the circulation, all the different modes that are happening here. And then the last one is the activation layer.
Mm-hmm.
So those are some of our initial ideas.
Do we have the slide about the theaters here, or did those come out?
Peter, do you know if we have that one in here?
Or are they just on the concept board?
Might be on the concept board.
I didn't include the precedent, those nice precedents, but we
okay. Well, they explained what we've been talking about for quite a while.
Okay, so we can look for those. But now we can go back to concept board and just we don't have a lot of time left, but it would be good to hear just people's thoughts about this this aspect of the placemaking strategies.
I'm not going first this time.
Oh, come on, Dan.
All right, I'll go first. So, no, I think it's good. I think for most people, it's nice to see some activity in the drawing other than boxes, right? That we can all relate to that a little bit better. I'm still struggling with the Benton Street with this big set of trees down the center, and trees on both sides, because those trees also could shade the houses on the north side, right? So that's always the tricky thing, is it's vision and blocking the view and retaining sun. So I said that previously, and I'm just going to say that again.
Sure.
In terms of this, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, if sunlight's the most important thing, then we just don't have the trees there.
Well, what if you
That's
had
real
trees
easy.
on both streets near the sidewalks, but not necessarily in the center? Is
Sure,
just my
fine.
only
It'd
thought.
be a lot cheaper to not put them in the center. We just thought it would we thought it might help moderate travel speeds
Yeah.
and provide more of a buffer between houses and what might be 5-story buildings.
No, certainly. No,
But it'd be fine without them.
yeah, and because I think the bike access, Homestead's a big, I take Homestead all the way to Cupertino and
Yep.
the foothills, and then Benton along here will take people, like you said, if you go through Washington, you need bike here to get to the train station probably. So
Yep.
I would try to put the bike component into this and see what shakes.
And one of the reasons we were using the medians to help narrow the lanes a little is if you can get the vehicular speeds down around 35, you're going to have a lot fewer bicyclists get badly hurt.
Definitely. No, I get that. And then the other thing that I've always, it's the little parklets and some cities are doing a much better. I think Los Gatos is doing a very good job. Their parklets seem very permanent, which I think is great compared to Mountain View and some other cities. And I guess I always wished, I was just in a cute town called Arroyo Grande last week. It's just a little
It's beautiful.
Yeah, a little strip, but some of the facades, what's kind of fun is they're recessed. There's like a little mini sitting area, and then the facade is set in. So there's some seating underneath the roof above, and then you get one row to the outside. So I always say you need 2 rows to add some dynamic. And then the servers don't need to walk across, because we're hoping these sidewalks are streaming with people, like South Beach in Miami. Then you're not going to want to bring your food across. So I don't know, there's the parklets I get it, because at first you need the parking, and then when people know it's a place, the parking can get filled in. But I just sat in Campbell right on the street, and as cars were parking right near me, I was like, I'm paying how much for dinner? This is ridiculous. And I was also too close for COVID. So anyway, those are my main things, but I love to see the, and especially your ideas of adapting that building on Lafayette, whether it's a colonnade that can get filled in and there's a mezzanine above. And I love that, because it's like, you don't necessarily need to tear that building down right now.
No.
But we can enhance it, and maybe that raises their rent, because, again, I love it. So I appreciate that a lot. Yeah.
And I like your idea very much. That's another type that we always include in the standards we write, which is, we call it a recessed shop front, where it's essentially it's almost the same as an arcade, except that it's not part of the sidewalk. It's the open front piece of the restaurant.
And it was pretty wide. And then what was fun in one of these places is the storefront behind it, almost the whole thing opened up. So,
yeah, I know. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, that's what we need.
We've got a lot of examples of those we'll show you. There's a whole lot of variations.
Yeah.
Really
yeah,
cool one on a new restaurant in downtown LA on Spring Street, where there's they have a stainless steel table running down the middle of the restaurant and right through the glass and out into that
Wow.
foyer space.
Wow, that's
So it's
fun.
basically one big table that just sucks you in.
Big family style dining. I love it.
Yeah, well, pre-COVID anyway. But
Yeah.
it'll be back.
It will.
It'll
Thank
be
you.
back.
Thank you.
I also wanted to echo what Rob was saying. Okay, first of all, I love Lafayette. I think that's always been just a horrific, awful street. And it just doesn't make me, I hate it. I mean, I grew up in the quad and I had to
It's
walk
awful.
to
Yeah.
St. Clair's, and it just felt like a death trap trying to get across the street to the university. But you made it seem so walkable and enjoyable by just shrinking down that road to 2 lanes, which is what it needs, and blowing out those sidewalks and the different terraces. I dig that. I think more rooftop, more views, more sense of elevation. It just makes that ugly little spot in our downtown, a very old spot, but a very ugly little spot in the downtown, worth visiting, especially if you're coming from the train station. If I came down that Franklin Street and I saw that, I would cross that street. I would keep on walking, and most people don't do that. They look at the ugliness and they go, I think I'll just go back to the campus, So that was a win. That was definitely a win.
And thank you so much. And really, we're trying to merge the campus with the downtown. I mean, we do this a lot, and we sometimes refer to this as turning a rip into a zipper. Because I mean, your poor campus is surrounded on both sides by our good dear friends at Caltrans, who are really good at making rips. And well, I mean, they do their job, which is to get cars to go through. And then we can moderate them in this kind of way, I think.
And the way it opens into Franklin Street, fabulous. I mean, again, the very wide sidewalks opening up. I do like that plaza because that just keeps making you walk towards it. I've been to a lot of cities in Europe, Barcelona, Lisbon, Madrid, and that looking down the street makes me want to keep walking. And I'm not a big walker, but I will if I see something ahead that really appeals to me. So well done on that.
Well, one of our designers that's working on this is from Barcelona, so that doesn't hurt.
Yes, fantastic.
So if I can jump in and add on to that, I take a little bit different approach to this, and 2 things that I'd like to have considered. One is which we know at the university already, Lafayette Street is a barrier, and by making the streets the way you are, I think that's great. I think the lane system that's in place right now is horrendous, but also a way of really connecting across Lafayette Street.
Mm-hmm.
The other piece that I have that, and again, looking at those drawings, if I'm driving north or south on Lafayette Street, nothing pulls my attention into the downtown or the other way down Franklin Street into the university. So I know we have to go height. It's a great place to put height for this project, but I also think there has to be a way to invite people in, because I can see people 35, 40 miles an hour zipping by going, where in the heck is that downtown again? So I don't know how we make Lafayette Street, since it's the prime street going through it, inviting enough to say, hey, here you are, here's the downtown, here's where you get to it. Hey, take a left, take a right, you're going to see some great things. And I don't see it with the taller buildings and the concepts that we have right now. So I think the food court piece helps just because of the dimension of it. But I don't know if it's enough if you're zipping up and down the street that you would really make that left or right hand turn.
I think
this is the place where I think that art can really make a difference. If there's some kind of gateway arch or marker or art piece or something to really create a sense of place. And that will come. It's obviously not something that can be planned at this point, but it's part of the placemaking and the idea of art creating the sense of community that I think we can bridge the Franklin Art Walk to the Franklin downtown.
I think that the main way, I think we we've chosen a viewpoint here that's just looking straight ahead. I think it may just be partly the angle that we've made the illustration from. And that's easy to adjust. I think that having the nature of Lafayette change significantly when you cross Homestead is by itself basically a gateway, and that could be enhanced further with art and signage that identifies, that beautifully identifies both the university and the downtown separately and together.
Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate, you know, Deborah and Butch. I think that for that intersection of Lafayette and Franklin, you need to do everything. You need to throw everything in the book at it.
Yeah.
You need to have big, big wide crosswalks. You need to bring the landscape so it squeezes in art elements.
And it's the transit center.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think you really want that to be.
The transit center could be art.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's an important point.
And the other piece of it too, which you mentioned, I'm glad you brought in the theater building. You know, there's been no discussion on actually what to put there, but there's been discussion that we need to open up the university to the downtown. And with the Mayer Theater being obsolete and needing to be relocated somewhere, whether that's in the downtown or another part of our campus or whatever, as we develop that area, there might be a way to, with art or things like that, that can help open that up a little bit too.
And I would strongly suggest that you have the front of a beautiful building there, not the back of a building.
Yeah, and we agree. If you look at our campus, they call us the Little Vatican. We're a walled city all the way around.
You were a mission. You were a mission.
Which is true, but there's a way now that we want, because of that, we haven't been part of the community.
Right.
You've had the city of Santa Clara and this Vatican, which is the city within a city, which is called Santa Clara University. And I know our discussions have been, how do we make the university open and more inviting to the community? And part of that is, as you know, we've started that project with the Franklin Street Arts Paseo. Right. And that connection is very, very important to the university and the city, not just as a way to get to the transit station, but with our art and art history building there, with the Day Museum, with all those types of things. It would be great that the downtown doesn't stop at Lafayette Street and the university starts on the other side of Lafayette Street.
Absolutely.
It flows together very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that 20 years from now, somebody could spend a lot of time here and be unsure where the campus started.
Correct.
So I wanted to just commend you on the food court. I love the idea of where it's at. You both, I think, David, you quoted LA with the long table. I think I've been in that place.
Yeah, it's a really good court, Japanese place.
Yeah, the food court in LA, that food court in LA.
Oh, the
downtown,
Grand Central
pretty
Market.
Close. Oh, it's incredible. And then Barcelona's got one.
Oh my God. Stop torturing me.
Not
makes
the food mark. You have a food market, but have you been in the one that's this old garage? Or
are you talking about the Boqueria?
That's it. It's incredible.
Oh,
and it was the crappiest building. Yeah. But if you have some kind of food court like that, the thing that I would, there's 2 points to drawing people downtown. You know, somebody made a point about that you could just drive right by, is to make that building architecturally significant and dynamic, which would be a pretty, easy thing to do because it's a frame, that you're filling. Yeah. But if you make that frame incredibly dynamic, and it's sitting there on the corner.
Yep.
The second point is and I'm going to go back to my sign, is you're driving by and you see a 40-foot, and this is for Butch, it would be gold and maroon neon sign, not like the old one. We make it Bronco colors, but the old one was pink and white. It was horrible. But you know, you make it that you see something like that, you're going to know you're in downtown. Now, one thing, if I know we're short on time, but is there any way you could switch to the aerial, looking at the where the park is, the theater? Is it straight up and down if you got it?
This one here?
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, that'll work. There we go. Oh, that's great. Okay. Okay, so, and I'm cutting myself off here. So the first thing I thought of was, when you have a theater, what is going above that theater? Is it residences or offices?
Yes, it can be either. So that's the whole thing, is that we, you know, what's dictated is that the ground floor has this activating use, but what goes above it is flexible. In this particular scheme, we've been showing the hotel and conference as something that would lend itself well to being combined with that theater use, but it could be, you know, it could be residential. It could, I mean, there's an example in Berkeley of a residential building with a theater on the ground floor. You have to do a little bit more in terms of the soundproofing, but it can work.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, my point was going to be, is that a place for a garage because the soundproofing?
Well, the other thing that I think is important, did we lose those pictures of theaters that we gave you this afternoon?
No,
They're
those
nearby on
are
here.
here. Deekshik, I think I just saw you accessing those. Do you want to zoom in on those?
If you ever need them, I got 8,000 of them.
Yeah, so do we. I mean, I was a theater designer before I decided to go to architecture school.
The Alamo Draft House in Brooklyn's got a tower of residences above it as well.
So, okay, can you make them bigger, please? These are just three that I grabbed, like, 3 hours ago. So here's the
Varsity.
thing. Yeah, right. And so
okay, and then the tower in Fresno, I restored that sign.
Yeah,
I was up on the top of that ball.
Perfect.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So what they all have in common is the big windowless box is not on the street, period, ever.
Yeah.
And so that's the one on the bottom is the Ventura Theater. It's like 2 miles from my house where I'm sitting right now. And I mean, they knew what they were doing. They lined it with 2 stories. There's a little bit of office space upstairs, and there's shops on the ground floor. And the big box with no windows is in the middle. Now, the other thing, there's theaters and there are theaters. The Ventura Theater was vaudeville, and then they turned it into movies for a while. And then I saw Ray Charles there. And then,
awesome.
Yes, it was. And they're tall. A real theater's like 3 or 4 stories tall. So if you're going to have a hotel over it, you've either got to have a 1-story hotel in a 5-story building, or you got to have an 8-story building with 4 stories of hotel on top of the theater. So, if you're talking about a legitimate theater, there's a stage house and there's a fly loft, and they're like at least 40 feet tall. That's 3 stories. And if you're talking about sort of a community activity center where you can do little performances, then it might only be 2 stories tall.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't want to go down in the weeds. What we're thinking of, and what this, in both cases, in the Varsity, that was a small, there was vaudeville in there. I think if you were to pull the Palo Alto Theater back, you would see a marquee that said Varsity. And then at one time in 1950, that had a pretty substantial vertical on it. The tower's an anomaly because it's almost deco, but
yes, it sure is. But the point is simply that what's on the street isn't the theater.
Yeah, it's just the
entry.
Absolutely. That's the point.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
In fact, the Varsity is a pretty wide mezzanine. They're typically about the width of the colonnade, from colonnade to colonnade. So, but what I want to talk, we can talk later about what goes into the theater we've been thinking of, our group. Again, we're absolutely bananas for a performing arts theater in addition to what we're talking about. But I think if you talk to the Alamo guys or folks like that, it's that you won't have the stage housing with the flies and all that.
Right.
It's
And-
more of a,
Those are little
And
theater
the other
boxes.
the other thing is that a legitimate the one with the stage house, that's busy, like, I don't know, 15, 16 hours a week, which is not going to make a downtown hum.
Well, that's not true. Our theater right now,
Yeah.
I run over 300 events a year.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
in our facility, but again, the thing that I want to caution, because this is my area of expertise, is dealing with this and across the country with theaters. The industry is moving away from 1 or 2 use buildings. They're truly going back to multi-use buildings.
There you go.
That says you can have a movie theater, you can have a stage theater, but also you can have spaces that are active during the day. So as
There
you
you
talk about your box, we've seen theaters start to be developed that has a box in a box, where
Right.
the outside is totally wrapped with offices or classrooms or whatever you want to put around it.
Yeah.
Because all you really need is that entranceway to get
Right.
into it and things like that. So I keep hearing us talking about a single or a single and a half use facility. I think, and excuse me, that's very 1950s. We're
Well,
past that, and we're not going in that direction when we're talking about the next 20 or 30 years. It's
That's-
not going to be the direction of the future.
That's why I showed you that's why I showed you these 3 pictures, because they're all what you're saying.
Yes, they're
And
multi-use.
also supper clubs, right? It's a lot of places were supper clubs in New York City. And so if you get creative in what's adjacent, maybe, I think you guys alluded to this, and the wall opens up, maybe the supper can enjoy something if it's a live performance.
Yep.
And so that's where the creativity comes in, is how do we make the uses successful by being multifaceted, and Dan's idea, I mean, that food court needs to be a gem. That needs to be an architectural gem that's going to draw people. And Jim, you guys know, I mean, you said it too. So it's, that's going to like really make a statement. And
There's one more that we didn't show. It's the Plaza Theater in downtown Palm Springs. Do you know it?
I don't know it.
That's where
I don't.
That's
No,
where,
I've never been there.
I'll show it to you next time. It's the entry is a courtyard. It's surrounded by restaurants. It's where Jack Benny and Bob Hope used to do stand up.
Right.
It's unbelievable. It's just a big building in the middle of a block that's surrounded by just the coolest stuff you'll ever see.
And again, I want to table it, and then maybe Butch and we could all sit down and talk about different things. And again, I want to bring in people that, and they'll do it for free. They'll just come in and talk about what works, what doesn't, and tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah,
So.
this is really good feedback and good discussion. We've gone way over. I'm fine with that. If people have a little bit more time, we're happy to hang in there. Does anybody want to zoom back out or go to any other issues of placemaking in phase 1, or even zoom out even further? Are there just any comments at all? We can go back to any aspect of this.
So I have a question, Jim. And again,
Yep.
I didn't have enough time to study it. But when you were talking about the sun views on that, and again, I didn't totally understand, so I may be talking out of school here. I would think the activation spaces would be more active in the afternoons and evenings than they would in the mornings or early afternoons. So when you did your sun plans, was that taken into consideration to make sure those late afternoons, early evenings are getting the suns in those open spaces? Or on the north side, are they getting the morning sun, and by the evenings now we're in the shades?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, coffee in the morning, and then dining and drinks in the late afternoon, evening. So I think both the Eastern sun and the Western sun are going to support activation in those two different times. But yes, I mean, I think that we want to capture as much of that sun as we can throughout the day.
I would suggest that maybe in our next presentation, we show a plan of this with north up, because Franklin Street is about 20 degrees north of east.
Yeah.
I mean, Franklin is much closer to east-west than it is to north-south. So late afternoon and evening sun is just going to come streaming up Franklin Street toward the campus. And fortunately, in the winter, it will do a better job of that, because by the time it gets to the evening in the summer, it's going to be coming from the north.
Yeah.
But in the winter, I would suggest that we show you what, 4 o'clock in November sun is going to be doing. I think it's going to be coming spang up Franklin Street.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about summer events. If we have these open spaces and we're doing evening summer concerts, or you're doing movies on the lawn, or you're doing those types of things, to make sure you get that summer feel with it, instead of, oh, I'm in total shade. It's because we have tall buildings around us. We're sitting there, as we know, in this part of California, that wind starts picking up at 4:35 in the evening, which can really cool it down dramatically. So having that sun in the sun.
And the taller buildings are going to be what protect you from that wind.
As long as we don't create tunnels. That's what, if you go to Indianapolis, they made the mistake of doing the same thing, but it created wind tunnels, which made it unbearable at times. So it's just making sure that, knowing that the activation, yes, you'll have coffee in the morning and things like that, business people around, but I think it's the evening events that are going to drive students there to study. As I said, outdoor concerts, movies outside, kids playing after school, place to go for them, parents to sit out after work, those types of things. So making sure those places are comfortable and not just cold, shady spots that people are going to go, I really don't want to hang out there because it's too cold and windy. Just a thought. And again, I'm not my area of expertise.
No,
it's just something
comment
to think about.
It's a good comment. I mean, I think, if we're sort of starting to settle in on a general framework that people are comfortable with, I think we need to go back to the sun studies and now really look at, okay, is there any additional shaping that we need to do to sort of fully capture the sun when we want it? So I think, Butch, those are good comments.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna add real quick, because I do a movie night at my house and it's on the side of my carriage house. And the tough thing, summer is tough time to have a movie because it gets dark really late, just sort of for context. So my best time to show movies are this time of year, because the weather's been pretty decent and it's dark early. So just to give you, in terms of movies, I'm very attuned to that in terms of timing. Yeah.
I mean, it's all a balancing act. I mean, right now there's no shortage of sun on that site any time of the day or night. Well, night, of course, night. But I mean, there's nothing to shade you out there now, but there's also nothing to make you want to be there now. So I think that I would say that the spatial enclosure and the number of people who are present through 18 hours a day is what's going to make the downtown. And there may be some clever things that can be done with building massing to avoid unnecessarily shading a space.
Yeah, we can look at that.
But
the enclosure is also very important.
Your main problem is not enough buildings.
Great. Other comments? You guys are doing great here. Everyone is hanging in there. I really appreciate it.
I had a question regarding, I know we keep talking about the shuttle and the trolley, and that was such a significant part of our history in the downtown. It took us all the way from our downtown to the next downtown, down Santa Clara Street, all the way to Alum Rock Park. Not that we could, duplicate that, but that was just a very special thing to do for most of the residents who didn't own cars. But is there room along Lafayette to go down the center of that Franklin Street with a trolley? I know by shrinking Lafayette, it becomes more of a 2-lane highway, but will that offer enough space for a trolley to come from the train station, or will
Well,
it just have to be?
yeah, that was the idea here. If you zoom in a little bit, that we're not gonna get too tight on the, the curb to curb dimension on Franklin. And we're gonna leave open the possibility that you could take a shuttle, up and down the center. And, what that shuttle is a whole process in itself. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fixed track thing, because we have technology now that can, with autonomous technology, that we can essentially have a vehicle travel on a path that is a fixed path without having tracks. It could also take on one form as its initial initial service that is simple and rather inexpensive, and it could be then evolved to something more elaborate. So that's a whole sort of exploration in itself. I think the best thing we could do as part of this plan is just to make sure that we have the dimension and the space for it.
Well, why do you think it? Well, two things. I would recommend that we seriously consider not dedicating 10 or 11 feet of street width just to that device. Number one, if it's successful, you're going to have more than one vehicle. And then how's it going to pass itself if it has one 10-foot lane down the middle?
Just like BRT does. You
Well,
have designated passing points that are only happening in one spot.
But we were at the university, David, at the university 2 years ago, we had a shuttle system, autonomous shuttle system that was tested on campus.
Right.
We were looking at, and we've actually have some, we presented to this group, the university, a shuttle mock-up, and basically it was a 6-8 seater that would travel autonomously, no tracks, because the university's position on it is we would like to see it connect the transit station to downtown.
Of course.
But you could also then take that shuttle to the Mission Church to do a tour there, or maybe over to the library or places like that. So we've already experimented with that. We've tried it. It's worked on campus. So we were thinking originally that autonomous, smaller type vehicle and multiple vehicles running around would be the best way to go.
I agree. And the question is, why can't it share lanes with private vehicles? Because you got very little real estate here to make a downtown, and making the street wider is going to generally speed up the vehicular traffic. It's going to reduce the width of sidewalks and/or the amount of area you have for buildings. Narrower streets are going to be much more comfortable for pedestrians, easier to cross. And the question is there some functional reason that shuttle can't just share the travel lanes with cars? I mean, you've got mature streetcar systems in cities like Toronto, where the streetcars on steel wheels share the lanes with cars. They don't have their own lanes. They haven't for 100 years. They work really well, and there's more traffic in downtown Toronto than there is in downtown Santa Clara.
Well, and you're absolutely right. And that's when we tested the autonomous shuttle system here, we put it in traffic with traffic. We didn't
There you go.
designate lanes for it.
Good.
Going through campus, there wasn't lanes. It
Yeah.
was all, the autonomous car knew when people were coming,
There you
stayed
go.
out of the way. It worked very well. And yes, I
think-
agree with you 100%.
I
You
think we
don't
should
need
do that
lanes.
here.
Yep, I agree.
I'll
We
just
don't
add on,
need-
there are enhancements that you can use so that you can share the lane
Yes.
and still progress the transit operator, you know, whether that's
Yeah.
through lights
Well,
or
you
what,
can
you know,
give them
there's
signal.
tricks to make
You
them.
can give
Yeah,
them signal priority.
yep. Turn lane, you know, all those things to make
I mean,
it
you should pray for a traffic jam here.
Well, it's no different than San Francisco with the trolleys, right?
Right. The cable cars have been going fine, you know, for
Yeah.
140 years or whatever. Yeah, right. They don't need a lane.
Yeah.
So to answer Anna's question, yes, shuttles are on the table being thought about. And I think that's an element that we want to keep alive in this plan.
The tricky part's just going to be how you get it across El Camino Real and through the tangle of train stations to BART.
That was our exact problem that we had, that we were trying to address.
Well, all of this stuff we're talking about here is just child's play. The trick is getting it across Camino Real and actually connecting it to all the trains. You're probably going to end up in some tunnels.
I like tunnels.
I got something. This is really actually the city staff. So since we're kind of talking about access and roadways and widths and stuff, I know Lafayette at one point was considered to be opened up into a 2-lane, you know, north and south, and that a lot of the easements or, you know, the property, there was a taking of property down Lafayette, and there's a small section basically between Benton and El Camino that the taking from those lots never got done. And that's why we have a bisecting lane. So can staff advise this body on what options, if any, still exist to creating a more, you know, an easier path to and from the downtown for access on Lafayette? Is it still an option to get those 8 feet? Or do we have to do something different? Or do we have no options at this point?
So, I mean, for where there's new development, we can obviously get more space for Lafayette. The difficult part is making that same space consistent, say from El Camino farther south.
But I believe there was and this goes all the way back, I believe, to the 70s or 80s when they were doing this, was that the homes between Benton and El Camino, once they pulled a permit, there was supposed to be a taking of a certain amount of sidewalk and setbacks to push it back to actually be able to widen the road.
I can follow up on that with Public Works.
Well, what's the advantage of widening the road?
Well, there's a bisecting lane down Lafayette that's a huge problem. To Anna's point earlier, which she talked, you know, and Butch, when they talk about crossing. I mean, I personally have been in an accident back in 2005 there. So, I mean, it's very difficult, and we're talking about how to get to and from downtown easily. And yeah, public transportation is a great and hopefully the primary means and method, but Lafayette is going to be our main thoroughfare for traffic-wise, you know, for vehicular traffic. And so I think as part of this, we should be looking at what we're going to do for that streetscape on how to get, you know, how to get people in and out safely and make sure they understand how to get here.
Well, and especially since we're looking at that, developing the A and B block first. I think that should be a part of that A and B block. It shouldn't be secondary or something we do somewhere down the road. So it should be incorporated in that process.
Because the street is generally narrower. The exception is the wide part between the campus and this downtown piece.
Well, and David, that's because during that 70s and 80s.
No, I know. I know all about redevelopment. Yeah, they knocked all the buildings down and made the streets wide.
Well, no, but they had a taking. There was a program to actually.
I know.
almost into an expressway. So
I know, I
It's
understand
left with
that.
an ambiguous extra space, which creates less safety as well.
And it looked to us like the thing to do was to narrow that part, not widen the other. Among other things, it will give you more real estate to develop.
the problem is everybody uses Lafayette and pre-COVID to cut down through and bypass the highways to Willow Glen and Campbell and
Yeah, I know.
other areas. So, you know, by I guess you get, you know, you're going to create one of two things, right? You're going to either redirect them a different way because it would just be too impacted by what you know, up, or potentially, you know, creating other issues. So
well, I think
Well,
our
what does the community want? Does the community want this to be the thoroughfare for people to bypass?
So I'll tell you that, you know, the Old Quad Residents Association was actually started to fight the idea of widening it and turning it into an expressway. But over the last few years, I've had multiple residents come and talk to me about what can be done on Lafayette to get rid of the bisecting lane because it is so dangerous and there are multiple accidents ongoing almost, you know, weekly.
So are you saying the center lane that swings back, that switches directions depending on which rush hour?
the contraflow lane.
Yeah, that I think is the biggest issue, you know, because a lot of people, they don't exist very often. And so most people, when they get to it, they don't realize what to do. But it could be as simple as maybe we don't even have to do the taking. We just eliminate one side of parking and, you know, are able to figure something out. I don't know. But I think it needs to be, I think Lafayette needs to be unscrewed in order to make this successful and cohesive. So that's all.
Yes. I mean, contraflow lanes work at the Caldecott Tunnel, but in the middle of your downtown, maybe not, huh?
No.
I mean, you really don't need passing lanes in the middle of downtown.
No.
Exactly.
This is Manuel. I want to clarify. Just Adam. So what you were saying is actually going to a 4-lane roadway, though, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm not actually suggesting which way we go. I'm suggesting to see what options are still available, and then we can discuss them with everybody and figure out what the best option is. I just think as part of the A and B blocks, we should fix Lafayette between Benton and El Camino. That's all I'm saying.
That might be something that we can look into. I think just from what I know right now, from understanding the traffic patterns, that there's too much of a differentiation to just blanketly say, let's get rid of it. So we can certainly talk with the team and figure out some options in terms of the traffic volumes and what's feasible and what works with the A and B blocks.
Yeah, and just this is not, obviously, this is Manuel again, not the first time that the concept of removing the contraflow lane has come up, right, historically. I think what would really need to be looked at is that that lane does carry a lot of traffic. So the traffic analysis would have to be completed to see where the traffic would go, because obviously it wouldn't disappear, we go somewhere else, and then determine if there's any impacts associated with that traffic going somewhere else. So that's been the process. We have reviewed the accident data many times in the past, and we haven't identified any accident rate that's higher. And then we actually also look at the causes of the accidents to see if they're driven by the counterflow lane, and we haven't identified any of that in the past as well. But certainly understand from a pedestrian and a drivability and a bikeability, having that extra space to do other things could be a really good positive. But the big question has been is that the traffic wouldn't magically, of course, disappear. So where does it go? Where does it redistribute? And does it create additional impacts and additional traffic on other streets around the area?
And Manuel, has the city's traffic plan moved towards a position on that, or is that sort of still something that is, you know, just being considered and studied?
It's not being considered or studied. It's come up as a discussion point in the past, but it has not been a policy priority to pursue removing the counterflow lane from a policy priority standpoint. with this project, could that be an alternative that could be looked at? It could be, yes. I mean, certainly I think the big question will be just making sure that it has enough detailed traffic, because there's been concerns as well from the adjacent streets and neighborhood streets, whether this traffic will shift to some of those locations as well.
And the other thing that we've noticed is that Camino Real, as it goes between the campus and all the train station, is much wider than it is at either end. It's basically like a python that ain't a rabbit. The widest piece of Camino Real is exactly corresponding to this contraflow piece of Lafayette. And it's not clear to me how the throughput capacity is increased by having it wider for a minute.
Camino Real or Lafayette?
Both.
Gotcha.
And what happens in our experience, we're dealing with this on a Caltrans highway that we're studying that rips through a little town in Southern California. It's 2 lanes coming into town, it's 2 lanes going out of town, and for some reason it's 4 lanes through the middle of town. And what that does, it just makes everybody drive faster through the middle of town.
And regarding Lafayette, and of course this would just have to be looked at. Actually, Lafayette, what occurs, right, is it's 4 lanes on one side and 4 lanes on the other side. And no, it's 4 and 4. And then it goes down to the 3 with the counterflow lane for the AM peak and the PM peak.
But is it 4 on the north side of Benton Street?
It's 4. No, it's 4 on the north side of El Camino and
yep.
It's on the south side of Benton.
Oh, no, I understand that, but what about from Benton to Camino?
It's the counterflow.
It's the 3, so it goes from 4 to 3 to 4.
Yeah, that's the issue. We have the opposite of the python eating the rabbit. We have we bark.
Well, but you do have, but Camino Real, maybe they did that because they were hoping people would go Camino Real.
No, the original thought, at least from the history that I've been able to dig up, was that it was always a 2-lane road, and then they had tried to make it a 4-lane road back in the 70s when they kept developing new suburban neighborhoods, and there was a taking, as you would, each individual property owner,
got it.
They would grab it, and they just never did it, and there was a lot of upheaval from the community at the time back then to even try to bring it through. But now, like I said, I'm not advocating for 4 or 2. I'm just saying I think the counterflow needs to go.
And I would just add to that of course that's pretty typical from the kind of 60s and 70s, taking those roads and just creating the capacity and over time. I'm not, and I'm certainly not advocating one way or the other. Where I done both in my career. I done road widenings and I done road diets. I think from my perspective is just making sure I always try to make aware of the community what the process would be, right? Because we want to make sure we analyze it correctly, figure out where the cars would go. And make sure that we disclose that. But certainly when you look at some of these drawings and some of the options, by taking that space and using it differently, you can create more walkability, more bikeability. But, so we just have to figure out kind of where the traffic would go and then determine if that's a feasible solution and acceptable solution.
Yeah, but can I just, so this is why I asked Manuel if the city is developing a position on sort of the general traffic network and then how this piece fits into it, because, our study can't study a redistribution of traffic through the network. We just simply don't have that scope. So, the question is, what is the assumption in terms of the overall citywide traffic distribution that we need to assume in order to come up with the best solution for this segment? Because this segment has to work with the surrounding network. Or are we, in fact, because the downtown is so important, are we the tail that wags the dog and we say, no, it's just so important for the downtown, for this to be a crossable street, a narrow street, etc., that this has to be, 1 lane in each direction, and we just put a stake in the ground. So I'm just trying to figure out which of those
So,
you know,
so I agree with you that this project doesn't have the scope and budget to do that level of analysis of removing that counterflow lane when we're talking about those kind of volumes. Once again, there is no current study, there is no current policy direction that says that the counterflow lane would be removed. I think, you know, certainly when I look at your drawing there on the right, that could continue to function as a counterflow lane. If there's an option where we want to look down going to 2 lanes, I think the study could call that out as a future option as well that have to be studied separately, just knowing that we don't have that within the scope of this project.
Gotcha.
And I would agree with you. I would just say, you know, just from, I've done many road diets in a previous job that I was at, and they require their own level of community outreach as well. You know, once you figure out where the cars are going to go, who's going to be affected by it, that goes beyond kind of some of the work we're doing right now. So I think there's a couple of options to lay out. I think what you've shown has 3 lanes that would still continue to function. Once again, I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I don't see anything. I think there could be an option when we do put down a 2-lane road, knowing that it's not being approved because we don't have the CEQA clearance to get that approved just yet, but it's something that city could explore in the future also, and would have its own separate community process analysis and outreach.
But the variables that I think should be considered are the following. One is what would the capacity, the difference between capacity and speed? It could, you know, and delay. So if somebody commuting through here would have to slow down from, you know, 45 to 30, that might be a very good thing in terms of your wish to have a downtown once more. And second, what would the delays be? What would the capacity per hour decrease be? It might not be as much as you think, because sometimes lower speeds actually increase the capacity, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And then another would be life safety. And then another would be just the question of delay. And then the question becomes, so would the people who commute from, you know, from north to south be willing to spend another 45 seconds every day in order to have a nice downtown? Or is that 45 seconds more important to you than letting everybody in Santa Clara have a successful downtown that's beautifully connected to the campus?
Yeah, and once again, I don't want anybody to walk out of the room assuming that 45 seconds is the number, right? Because
but it's not 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I don't know what the answers are to that. I certainly think there's 2 things that happen, and I've done probably like 8 or 10 road diets over my career, right? Yeah. 2 things will happen. One is some traffic. If the volumes are there, some traffic will shift somewhere else, right? And then some traffic will choose to wait. And the analysis will tell you, because there's a threshold where people are not willing to wait, whether it's 45 seconds or 45 minutes. I'm exaggerating just to make a point, to make sure people understand. I don't know what the number is. They'll be willing to wait a certain amount of time, and after that they'll shift to a separate road. So kind of my experience has been, when you're doing a road reduction, that you have to look at what the new delays will be, where those delays are going to shift people somewhere else, where are they going to shift it to, and how many of those cars are going to shift. And typically the outreach is not just specific to the people who front on that street, but you do more of a citywide outreach, because you also want to include people who drive to those roads as well. And then there's, as you said, there's gives and takes, right? There's pros and cons to each one. And where is your priority becomes the question. But I do want to note that I agree with Jim. I think that's a study that goes beyond kind of what you're doing here. But we can probably put something in the plan that puts that as an option for future studies, since we don't have that as policy direction.
I think I like the direction of what's being said here, is that I think what we can do in this plan is we can show a scheme that sort of works with the current 3-lane approach. And I think it's this one on the right, without the bike lanes, because we said the bike lanes are not on this street. The bike routes are better on parallel streets and alternative routes. And so we can have something like this that works with the current traffic pattern. And then we can have an alternative that goes to a more narrowed situation that is part of an ideal vision that we're working towards. And that would become possible when sort of there's a broader traffic network, redistribution strategy that's developed and can allow that to happen. So I think something like that would be a good way to address this issue in this plan.
And then the question is, what's the timing of phase one? And by what time is it necessary to either know that you're going to have a very crossable Lafayette or you're not?
Yeah.
That'll make a big difference on the success of phase one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think this scheme here that we're showing, we need to make this work in that regard, David. So this,
yeah, I mean, I think it does.
Alternative B needs to be a crossable, humane Lafayette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to also look at the bike and pedestrian planning that's been done before maybe knowing for sure that this is this is or isn't the bike.
Yeah.
This is or isn't the bike corridor, because it may very well be that we want to maintain that.
And to what
the current
extent,
bike plan does not show Lafayette as a bike corridor. It's on Monroe.
good. Okay. And to what extent, I mean, historic El Camino Real goes through the campus, of course. To what extent, is Butch still on the call? To what extent is the university comfortable with the bike route being through the campus?
Well, again, we are still in discussion on that, but part of the premise was by taking Franklin Street over and turning it into an arts paseo.
Yeah.
The concept was it became a bicycle path that would take you through the university
Right.
and open us up to the community. So, I'm not the decision maker on that,
Right.
but that was part of the thought behind it.
But you could have a perpendicular route to that that's parallel to Lafayette that runs on the old El Camino Real right away that you guys got abandoned when you expanded your campus.
Correct. There's a lot of bike pathways through the university. That is
yeah, of course. It's a much nicer place to bike than Lafayette.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Great. Okay, that was good. That was excellent feedback. Thank you all for going down that route, so to speak. And I think we got we got some good feedback on that issue on Lafayette.
Jim, how will we access this collaborative board to be able to mark it up between?
Okay, we will give explicit instructions. We'll give explicit instructions on that and sort of a method for how we can provide that to you and then have all of your comments tracked and identified and so forth. So we'll work with Leslie to get that back out to everybody.
Awesome.
Great. Any other closing thoughts on any issue? Framework, massing, essential elements, phasing, any aspect of placemaking.
I guess my only thing, Jim, would be that when you're talking about Franklin Street and what's fronting Franklin Street, the more, we're not trying to recreate the old downtown, but the more 2-story or maybe 2+ story elements fronting the street that have a connectivity of rhythm, right, would be desirable. To create the pedestrian scale, harken back to the spirit of the old town, and again create a rhythm of vertical, as David said. A lot of them were 25 feet. Sometimes they were combined. That's the thing. That when I see the blocks, I see more buildings coming to the line than. There's one in the middle that's 2 stories on the south side, right? It's retail. It's the major retail I'm sorry, that's the future retail. But even along the south side of the full south side of the phase one is all, there's no two-story other than this. Well, I guess it's the pink one, right? That's the one right there. I think even 3 stories might be okay. You know, again, not trying to repeat what we had, but I think,
Yeah, but having a step back at
Yeah.
some 2 or 3 level so that you can sort of mark that
Yeah.
that sort of human scale, and then the building can go higher, but there's a step back.
Well, there's a
And then,
lot of,
but you're also saying that what these massing diagrams don't show is that we also need these vertical rhythms that
Yeah.
are articulated into the architecture. So it's not one sort of continuous facade along Franklin.
well,
Right, like California Street, let's see, was it California Street? I used to live in the city and they had a lot of retail. Maybe it wasn't California now, I'm losing it, but
Sansome.
there was a lot of 2 stories above one, like retail below and then 2-story housing above, you know, like on the street frontage. I never thought twice about it, you know, and there weren't tall buildings in that area for the most part. I'm blanking on what the street was. I live right around the, you know, but it doesn't matter. But you get it. And I'd rather see a little, you know, if you've got 5 stories on the frontage, why not go 3 on the frontage and then push to 6 right behind it? I mean, it's just little nuances like that that are going to create a little bit more intimacy on the street level, especially where we don't have the plaza and the widened sidewalks maybe.
Yeah.
That'll harken back to the past, that sort of soulful element that I know Dan is very attuned with this whole, well, we all are, I think, through all the photos, but that's my big push in terms of sort of the Franklin Street component.
And I would add that mom and pop type of retail stores could really benefit from available housing immediately above the store. And that harkens back to, you know, the way retail used to be, but I don't think it should be forgotten as we're designing this.
But there's a lot of ways to develop a very strong 2-story scale without a step back.
Yeah.
Speaking, I mean, go look at Sansome Street and Sutter Street and California Street.
Okay.
And all around my office in downtown Los Angeles, all those buildings that were built in the 20s, none of them have step backs, and they all have we're kitty corner from Jack Warner's original corporate headquarters. It's just stunning. Speaking of movie theaters, they've got one in the ground floor that goes down into the basement with a marquee at the corner.
Incredible.
And it's just unbelievable.
When you can also, David, do strong, like the old style steel canopies that came out. That's another way to do.
Absolutely.
I love those. I would do the whole dang thing. I was in Boise and there were a lot of them because I think they get a lot more heat or snow or whatnot. But it was.
So they're giving them a very strong, very transparent, very base, like a 2-story base element. There's a bunch of different ways. And the way that we prepare form-based codes and design guidelines specify not the details of the design, but the proportions and the massing schemes and the fact that you've got to have a strong base and it's got to be made out of fine materials, and the horizontal rhythm increments have to be this or that, or within a range. It doesn't say, you know, 24 feet, but you know,
and this is no different than what they did in Italy with the rustication on lower floors, right? There's a way to
the piano nobile above. Yes. Absolutely, like the Medici Palace. Yes.
Exactly. So
absolutely. Yeah.
Quality materials.
it's about materials. It's about proportions, and it's about articulation, which might or might not include a step back of a dimension that would give you balconies.
Yeah, and this is super important, is because the more that I see of projects being presented, there's lack of reveal with materials, and I see that prevalent.
They're just stucco boxes, and a lot of them have totally dead ground floors.
Yes, so we really need to set a strong statement with the form-based code.
Yeah.
To push that.
That's easy.
Yes. That's good. Okay, I'll shut up.
No, that's good.
No.
Good comments, Rob.
And so I'm gonna hold off because we're going way late, but we've got, I think, I'm getting just, my phone's on fire with text. So I think to Adam's point, we'll, take the, what we have right here, and they're not negative at all. They're super positive, but, maybe throw a couple more ideas at you guys.
Yeah.
Offline.
Yeah, so we'll make this available, and then any and all comments you want to send, and then we're also going to get with Leslie and figure out what's the next step, in terms of how are we going to, what's our response, in terms of, are we going to start moving into a draft document, or do we need one more round of sort of vetting once we've gotten your comments? So we'll work that out with Leslie and her team, and let you all know what's happening there.
Sounds great.
Oh, thank you.
Leslie, what else?
All right. So we need to take public comments, right, Leslie?
Yes, we do. You are correct.
Okay. So is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on what's been discussed for this placemaking workshop and activity of the DCTF tonight?
You're doing very well, Adam. My goodness, look at you.
Now I got to figure out how to find people.
I can call them for you.
No, I got it.
Okay, all right.
Well, Mary Grizzle first. She's on the top.
Perfect.
Mary, I hit. Hold on. Maybe.
Who's Mary Grizzle?
You just need to hit allow her to talk.
No, all I can do is, maybe.
No, you know what? Because I have to make you a co-host.
Oh, I can only chat with her. Sorry.
Here, I'll allow her to talk.
Okay, there you go. That's
And I'll hit the button. Mary, you should be able to go ahead and speak.
Can I speak?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so my question isn't regarding what you've been discussing tonight, but out of curiosity, how much money do we have left to complete the precise plan? And are you on track to complete it by late spring as it was originally claimed? And then also the second question is our planning department ready to take the precise plan and turn it into a form-based code in spring?
So
those are my two questions.
So I can tell you, Mary, that our schedule, I don't have the timeline graphic here, but the schedule has slipped a bit due to, the COVID, and we had a number of months where we really weren't doing anything at all. The current schedule, if we stay on track, has us going to council with a document that includes environmental clearance in the fall, early fall next year. So that would mean, that this draft document would probably be done sometime around in the summertime. So that's as far as timeline. As far as zoning, so writing an actual zoning district that would go into the city code is not part of the scope of this work, but the design standards and the way this plan will be drafted would be easily translatable into a zoning district as a future step.
Are you saying that, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, are you indicating that there possibly won't be a form-based code?
So they'll draft the plan itself with design standards that would be like a form-based code, but it won't be an actual district that we're going to put into the city's zoning code. It'll be something that we can do that as a future step, but it won't be in with this scope of work. It's not something that will be
Would this allow contractors to come in and do parcel by parcel?
You mean developers, Mary?
Yeah, I'm sorry, developers.
So developers would need to come in and they would be given this precise plan which is sort of the rules for redeveloping, and they would have to potentially rezone the property. I'll have to do, you know, as a part of this, we have to look at, there is a downtown zoning district currently in the code. We'll have to do sort of a more in-depth look at what that looks like, but it's likely that somebody would need to rezone the property.
But actually though, well, that's it. I've completed.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay, Teresa Sulzer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is really exciting. I love all the plans and all the perspectives that have come up. And there's a couple of things. You talked a lot about the performing arts centers. And one thing I would really hope that you guys would consider, instead of traditionally doing those really big open theaters, try and have smaller performance spaces, which allows a lot more opportunity for new works and the smaller type of productions. I think that that could be a real market, and I would like to see that be considered in performing arts spaces. I know the theatre up at Palo Alto High created a big theatre that they could bring down small and then open up. So that would definitely be something to consider. And somebody had kept mentioning about blank walls. So, and I know you're talking about having the fly wall back into a parking lot and stuff, but it is like a blank canvas. So I would hope that maybe we could really consider having some artwork put there, which I think would be super cool. And then another thing that I've enjoyed in other cities, they have these big, huge multi-use lobbies where like the bank is set further back and you walk into the lobby and there's like a little coffee shop or little pop-up stalls and things, which make the place much more interactive because it's not just going in and out of a bank. So I like those type of interactive spaces which are multi-use and multi-purpose, because I think that they're more reflective of the type of time that we're living in. And then another thing that I had seen that I thought was super, super cool, it was in Europe, and it was this interactive art exhibit where there were these stationary bikes outside a building. You could get on the bike, and the harder you pedaled, the building had a light up picture, and then you unraveled the picture and you burnt calories and stuff, and they changed it, like it was seasonal, and it was very, very cool. So those are the type of things I think that really could be something that would attract people to the downtown. There's something to do, and it's just kind of innovative. So anyhow, those are just a few additional comments, but what you guys have done is amazing. It's super cool.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
Those are great ideas.
All right, looks like there's one more hand, Leslie. Larry.
Sorry. In the discussion, when you're talking about Lafayette Street, it looked really neat what the plans are. And somebody had mentioned, and I don't know who it was, about how Lafayette is basically a freeway during rush hour. I was a commuter student at Santa Clara in my younger days, and I nearly had my doors ripped off a few times back in the 80s parking on Lafayette Street during rush hour. You can only park on one side of the road because in certain hours because of the traffic. This is before they had that reversible lane. So if Lafayette Street becomes something smaller, isn't that going to force traffic onto like Jackson Street and Main Street instead? So I would love to see Lafayette become a slower street, but the city doesn't have much of a solution to that issue that I've seen so far. And it has to, whatever is done with Lafayette would have to be done in conjunction with something else, because otherwise it becomes like the the road diets that just force traffic onto other streets instead.
Yeah. So the idea is that this, with this sort of two option approach, is that the first option would be based on the current traffic pattern, which would maintain the swing lane in the middle. But that would be done with some narrowing of some of the excess width that now exists in that road. So it makes the road, feel more human. It makes the crossing distance shorter for pedestrians, but it would maintain the current traffic pattern. And then there would be another
it might lower the speeds a tad.
And lower the speeds.
Which would be very nice.
Make it safer.
Yes.
And then the other option, which would be more of a future vision, would actually be narrowing it to, a lane in each direction, but that would be contingent on adjustments in other places in the network, as you suggest, Larry.
But if you, as far as lowering the speed limit goes, that only works if there's a lot of enforcement. And I think on a normal day, Santa Clara is like four police officers patrolling the streets, maybe 2 or 3 motorcycle officers. Yeah, you can make a speed limit 10 miles an hour, but I mean, I've been blown by at coming home from like Costco or Home Depot or whatever during, what even nowadays used to resemble rush hour traffic. And I do the speed limit, I'm having people blow by me at like a 10 to 20 mile an hour difference.
Well, physical design has been shown many times to affect drivers' behavior. If the lanes are a little bit narrower than right now the lanes are like 18 feet. But if the lanes were narrower, and if there were trees, and if there were beautiful buildings on at least one side,
and
more pedestrian activity and bulb outs, people do slow. Drivers aren't as stupid as some people think. If it looks like a freeway, they'll drive like it's a freeway. And if it looks like you're downtown, they'll touch the brake.
No, because, okay, well, that's, but
more of a calming approach.
And Larry, this was, it was my suggestion, right?
I agree with Larry's points. They're all very excellent points.
Oh, great point.
Adding a point.
I just wanted to, I'm sure Manuel was going to chime in, but it's not part of this project. I just brought it up because we were talking about the streetscapes, and I know a little bit of the history of Lafayette. And so I brought up, it'd be nice to at least get a recommendation, so then we can take that and then run with a plan. Potentially, we can ask to have a plan run or whatever that suggestion might be. It's just, I know it is an issue leading up to building out the downtown. So
of course,
yeah, because I mean, yeah, all the things that the bulb outs and things like that are nice, but if you look at like Forbes Avenue, right now I know people are complaining that on Forbes as a cut through to get around Prune Ridge. Forbes was never intended. It's a residential neighborhood. It's tree lined. It's got houses. Mauricea's got the same
speeding problems down there for years.
Yeah, along Mauricia as well. I mean, I took Mauricia as a shortcut when Stevens Creek would get backed up, but I never sped because I don't like it when people fly down my neighborhood either. So, but yeah, it's something. I mean, I'm near an elementary school, so we get a lot of, when you could go to school at 8:05, parents were flying down the street because I guess they're trying to break the sound barrier, go so fast that they could push time back so they would get the kids to school on time. Okay.
Like
well, thanks.
a young lady named Bright.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Looks like we have one more hand.
More hand. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Frank Lemon here. It's really pleasing to see all the concepts and the visualizations and so forth. Good work, looks good, and a lot of great ideas. Very encouraging. One concern I have is that we already have one owner who's looking to develop the 2 blocks near Monroe and Homestead, where the Signori's Pizza currently is, and there's no guidance to that owner / developer in terms of fitting in with any downtown that may come forth in the next years. We also had that situation with the Silicon Sage building, and I'm just wondering, is there anything that can be done to at least bring these people and onboard them somewhat early on so that they don't just do piece by piece development.
So Frank, we actually have that as an agenda item a little bit later in this agenda to talk about the process for that.
Okay, great.
We'll get to that. It's item number 5.
Well, you pre-anticipated my question. Glad to hear it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Frank. All right, are there any other hands, any other comments from the public on the presentation that we had this evening? All right, if not, then we thank you, WRT and team, and we will move on to our next item.
Great. Thank you all very much. This was really helpful and really appreciate everybody's time. And
Thank
we'll
you.
get back to you with the instructions on concept board and then we'll go from there.
Great,
Great
thank
work,
you.
team. Thank you.
You guys rocked. That was great.
Task Force.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is item number 3. It's review and discussion of applications that we received for the 2 vacant downtown community task force seats. So task force members, if you would like to go ahead and discuss those, and staff is asking for you to make a recommendation, which we will bring to the city council, who will make the decision on the 2 new members.
Okay. So are we going to allow each applicant like a minute or 2 to?
If you would like to do that, yes, we can. I did invite all of the applicants to this meeting. I believe I saw a number of them on the attendee list.
I'd ask my fellow DCT.
Can we just clarify a process, Adam, so folks will get a minute to pitch, and then what's the next step?
Okay, so we give everyone a minute. We probably want to have a moment to ask questions, right? I would think.
Sounds fair.
Another minute or a couple questions if anybody has them. And then I think we should go through all the candidates first and then have a discussion and then make a recommendation. And then for doing that, Leslie, I think it'd be better to somehow make like a silent recommendation versus like each person going person to person. That way, one, it's not to say it's concealed, but that way we don't taint someone else's opinion or decision by stating who one of us or a few of us might be more interested in than the others. Would that
It's
work?
gonna get complicated, just the algebra of 2, and I don't know if there's a mechanism for that. Or we could all like send our 2 in and then add them up. And
well, that's what I'm thinking. We send it in through email, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
We're not making the decision tonight. We're making a recommendation, right? So
it is a recommendation, yes. I guess, so there's a difference on whether or not if you want to vote on who the DCTF is going to recommend. Or if you want it, I think we have to vote given that it needs to be open at this point. Because you are a Brown Act body.
Could you put together a Google Doc with our names and their names, and we just put a 1 and a 2 in a box, and then or checks? We get to vote for 2 with 1 check, and then we just sum them up. It'll be public. But I don't know how we're gonna like raise candidates and vote, or would that be doable? I mean, that we could have that publicly viewable so that it was transparent what the.
Yeah, either that or I could call the names and you guys could raise your hand and I could just count the hands and whoever has the most hands.
How many people do you have, Leslie?
9.
We have 9 people.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Nine people, and we're selecting 2, correct?
And we're selecting 2, correct.
Well, I mean, you could do the hands, just go to the 9 names and have everybody raise their hand for their 2, right? Can't raise for more than 2, and then see
Correct.
where we're at after that. And then if we need to shortlist, we can. That should go pretty quickly.
Yeah, we can do that.
Can I ask one more thing? Is there any guidance from staff in terms of representation or things that were direction from council in the original round of folks that you sent to them, or any kind of framework, or are we on our own?
Yeah, basically the direction from council was that the members should contribute to the diversity of the backgrounds of the group and interests in developing a downtown that's viable.
Okay.
And working together, of course. Okay, so do we want to start by letting those applicants that are in attendance have a moment to speak?
I think that'd be great.
Okay.
And here's one thing that might help is I was thinking if each candidate could say, I don't know if this sounds crazy, but what's their favorite local downtown and why? I mean, it's just a question that each one could answer to keep it simple, at least to start. And it'll shed some, I don't know. That's just a thought.
You'll get Rob's
like it.
vote if you follow his directions.
Okay. So let's see. I'm just writing down the names so I make sure I don't miss anyone. Got one more here.
Leslie, it might help if they're in order of, you gave us the order of the applicants.
Yep, that's what I'm writing them down.
Okay, perfect. Otherwise, you're going to drive me crazy because I'm going to be flipping.
Oh, there we go. That's a good idea, Rob. Just go right down the list of however.
Yeah.
Randomly.
Yeah. So I'm going to call them in order of where they were in the staff report as the attachment.
Yeah.
Okay. So up first, I have Taylor. And let me see if I see Taylor on the list. Taylor, if you're in the attendee audience, would you mind raising your hand for me? Or if you okay. I don't see Taylor.
I was looking too. I don't see Taylor.
Yeah. Okay. The next person I have is Andrew, and I see you there. So Andrew, I'm going to let you go first.
All right.
Be able to go ahead and speak.
Okay. Thanks for having me. My name is Andrew Isaac. I'm a faculty member at the Santa Clara University in the communication department. So I work in the area. I live in Los Gatos, not my favorite downtown. My favorite downtown is Santa Cruz because I feel like everybody's welcome in Santa Cruz. I feel like there's a lot of affordable options for people, no matter what background they're from. So I really appreciate that. I came here with the intention, with an application to be on the task force. But I have to say, after listening to you all, I feel so good about the direction this is heading in. So I'm going to actually rescind my application because I love all the concerns I'm hearing. I love all the arguments, the debates. I think it's all going in the right direction. I'm really happy about that. And I will say I'm a videographer. So if you need help making a video, promotional videos, or you want to update the public about what you're doing in video form, I'm happy to help with that. But thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Well, now we're down to...
Next on our list is Mary Grizzle. And there's Mary. All right, Mary, go ahead.
I'm also going to rescind my application due to health reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay. I need It would be too much for me right now.
We need you, Mary.
Thank you for
Let
your
us-
consideration.
All right. Thank you, Mary. So next, then we'll go to Frank.
How about, you have to listen now? Well, yeah, I want to see.
I'll text her.
You know, she turned it off.
Yeah.
Andrew still has his mic hot.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. Looking for Frank. I know I saw Frank was on here. Where are you, Frank? There you go. Okay, Frank, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Frank Lemon. My wife and I are 28-year residents of Santa Clara. We live near Los Padres and El Camino. We've been looking for the downtown ever since we got here. So, and I've been following the citizens' attempt to revitalize downtown for the past 2 years and eagerly anticipating the possibility that we'll actually make it happen this time. So I'm excited about the plans. I'm excited about having WRT on board, and I look forward to working with the council. In the interest of full disclosure, I have an existing commitment on the third Thursdays of every month. So if the DCTF meets routinely on the third Thursday of the month, that is going to be an issue for me. But other than that, all clear.
All right, thank you. And we do meet the third Thursday of every month.
Frank, just one question. What's your favorite local downtown? And
Oh, I have many.
Well,
Palo
just-
Alto's nice, Mountain View's nice. I like the way that they've done the street with the cutouts for temporary parking and strollability. Also, Campbell is nice. I recently visited, my wife and I took a field trip to Redwood City just to go see it. They've done a really nice job. It has a lot of character there.
Yep.
And Davis, we went to Davis once and it's very nice as well. So I have a lot of visibility into local downtowns and love all of them. And I want to see us have something nice too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, thank you, Frank. Okay, so next on the list is Lucy. Lucy, you can go ahead and speak.
You got Larry, not Lucy.
Oops,
Don't
they're right next to each other.
You can
Sorry.
unmute. It's my turn.
Oh, dang it. Okay, now where'd she go? Allow to talk. Okay, Lucy, are you there?
You have to unmute yourself, Lucy.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. So my name is Lucy Harrow. I'm actually a lifelong resident here in Santa Clara, specifically in the Old Quad. In full disclosure, I actually work for Santa Clara. I'm a staff member, and I am completely on board with revitalizing our downtown. My family and I were really excited about it. So there's that. And I hope that I could be an asset to the task force if I'm chosen. My favorite downtown isn't actually too local. I'm actually thinking of Paso Robles. And I think what I like about that area is the openness, the walkability, and all the historical elements.
All right. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next we have Larry. Okay, Larry.
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
thought that was like a test before.
Sorry.
Can I play nice in the sandbox? And my name is Larry. I'm a professional photographer located. I live here in Santa Clara off of on Bohannon Drive, which is like a mile from the university, I guess. I'm a graduate of Santa Clara University, class of '83, degree in marketing, which I'm barely using. Like I said earlier, I was a commuter student for 2 years. My wife and I regularly, well, before COVID, not as much now, but we'd like to again, would walk to downtown. I know that during the election, I guess they said that you have to, there's something about the area only around about 1,000 square feet around the downtown was considered, but we've been walking to downtown for years. It's like a half-hour walk for us. We either go down to downtown or we go to Santana Row. We'd much rather go to downtown. My favorite downtown is San Bruno. I like how it's close to the train tracks. There's a ton of shops and restaurants. It's really changed over the years. I used to, I have friends that live in San Bruno, so I'd often take the train, and it's been amazing to see the changes that have gone by and what that area has become. I guess that's about it. I'm a 28-year resident of Santa Clara. I'd love to have a business in downtown. I mean, I'd love to have a shop or a storefront in downtown. So is that anything else I need to specify or say?
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. You know, one thing we haven't done is ask any questions, but I don't think there are any since nobody's asking. So.
All right, so the next person on the list is Chan. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chan Tai. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Communication at Santa Clara University. I actually grew up in the area. I went to high school at Abraham Lincoln High School just down the street, and remember fondly going to Wilson's Bakery after school and picking up some focaccia bread. Going to the Hungry Hound after school with my friends to, eat a late lunch. And I think, after spending time in multiple other college towns getting various degrees, I was really excited to come back and take a job at Santa Clara and, be a part of the community. And since I've been back in fall of 2016, I actually immediately joined the Facebook group for the Reclaiming Downtown because I was interested in sort of seeing how, what happened to Wilson's, first of all, and, why is the downtown area seemingly sort of during the week a little bit depressed when, in fact, when I go to the farmer's market on weekends, it's very lively. So how can we bring that liveliness that I see on the weekends, on Saturdays at the farmer's market, sort of to the area on a more regular basis? I lived sort of in one of the faculty housing units in the old quad when I first came back, but I've since taken a role on campus and I actually live in the new dorm that was built across the street from the Safeway. So I am in the area, I'm on track to get tenure. I want to stay living in the area once I get tenure. And I think I can really bring a perspective that, having lived in multiple college towns, this perspective that, how can we create a downtown that serves the community, serves the university, but really creates this bridge between these two communities that sometimes are at odds with one another because they're not really communicating. I'm also a public health practitioner. So public health is very systems thinking. I think about a lot of things. So I think I could bring that perspective. And then in terms of what downtowns I like, locally, I think it's a mix between Berkeley, because it is a college town that's very well integrated, like with the university. But I also really like Sunnyvale, like that little, Murphy Street with all the restaurants, and then around the corner is sort of these newer developments. But then surrounding that are these very busy streets, but they still manage to sort of create this little pocket that's very quaint, outdoor dining. And so I really like Sunnyvale. And I went to school at Santa Barbara. So, the Santa Barbara downtown also has a place in my heart as well. Thank you for all the great work that you're doing, and I hope to be able to contribute to the task force.
Thank you, Chan.
So Adam, just for Chan, if I may. Chan, if I remember correctly, you're also from Vietnamese immigrant parents from the Bay Area. So I would expect you to be able to bring a unique lens to the table that would look at the diversity of Santa Clara and the inclusiveness. Am I correct on my information?
Yes. So I grew up in downtown San Jose, but went to high school at Lincoln. I think, I spent a lot of time in some of the more like ethnic, San Jose is very diverse, but there are also these pockets of the city that have these very entrenched sort of, ethnic neighborhoods. And I think just my own experience being a child of immigrants and, you know, having encountered spaces that I don't necessarily feel comfortable sometimes, my hope is that I could bring that perspective and really help create a space that is inclusive to all by, you know, sharing maybe some spaces that I've been to that maybe made me feel like I wasn't necessarily welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Butch.
Thank you, Chan.
All right, thank you. So the next person we have is Atisha. You should be able to go ahead and unmute and speak.
Hey. Hey guys, how are you all? And this is very different for me, and I'm very excited. I'm Atisha Vashne. I'm resident of District 1, so definitely a very different geographic area in Santa Clara I'll be representing. I'm professionally an urban designer and placemaker, as most of you know. For full disclosure, I was managing WRT's team and leading the design work until September, but I am in no contract, no employment with them now. It's been 3 months. So here I am. And as part of this downtown planning process, my core effort will be to make sure that we are getting a downtown. We are not getting any other housing project, because I've been on very similar projects for the last 10 years in Bay Area, and I know how the economics work. My core focus will be to make sure that the cultural and the social quotient of the downtown is achieved during this planning process in the implementation policy, but also is continued after. So what are the mechanisms that we can put in place as part of this planning process that we continue to get what we want? And also, I do bring a lot of diversity to the DCTF in terms of my age group. I represent a working family who would want to live in downtown or a similar experience. I've lived in Oakland and San Francisco, so the suburban Santa Clara is something, you know, why I really want to get a downtown, that I could live in a downtown transit-oriented district. And beyond my energy and all the love for this team, I bring with me a very extensive network of Silicon Valley professionals, which includes, I'm a member of Silicon Valley Bike Committee, I'm a member of SV Catalyze, SPUR, ULI. So all these things I kind of bring with me. And definitely being a pro outreach person, I would want to make sure that District 1 definitely gets involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Atisha.
Thank you. All right, so the last person on our list is Teresa. And no, oh, there you are. Teresa, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, good. So my name is Teresa Seltzer, and I've lived in Santa Clara for about 30 plus years. And I love downtown. I love going out to places that are dynamic and diverse and have a lot to do, more than just going out for dinner. That's not very interesting to me. So as you guys are planning and creating a downtown, my hope would be that it will be an integrated space, that there's more to do than just walk along the street with a bunch of restaurants, because I think that has a limited appeal. I, on a very personal level, always gravitate to the opportunities for performances. I especially love theater. So the idea that you guys are thinking of putting 2 performing spaces downtown is fabulous as far as I'm concerned. We actually go to the Louis V. Meyer at Santa Clara University a lot. We're members of Theatre Works. We used to be members of the Rep. And when you have an opportunity for people to get together and share an experience and then go out and mingle and talk and process that, I think it really creates a dynamic. So for me, that would be one of the things that I'm excited to see you guys talking about. I love Mountain View because they have the Performing Arts Center, and they have, you know, other places that you can go and participate in activities. I like Campbell because they have that great trail. You can go on a hike and then you can hit the downtown and get like dessert or something to eat. I love the downtown in Lodi because it's old and funky and it's got some interesting stuff going on. So they all have different qualities, but I don't know that any of them are, they're all they have their own sense of place. And I think that's really important in a downtown when you go there and you feel like you got a sense of that place, that city, that community. So I think that's something to strive for. So I'm just wondering, should all the applicants sign off and then you guys can do your thing? I'm happy to do that if you want.
No, this is a public meeting, but thank you.
Okay, so did you guys have any questions?
I don't have any. Does anyone else on the task force have any questions for Teresa? All right. Thank you, Teresa. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, task force members. Do you want me to call each applicant by name and you guys can raise your hands and I'll just note those down and then tally at the end?
Can I ask a question? Did we clarify that these meetings did indeed conflict with Frank Lemon's schedule, or was that, did he withdraw, or is he still on the list?
He's did not withdraw, but our meetings are the third Thursday of every month, which he did say he has a conflict. I don't know, do you?
So the question I'd like to ask the committee is, do we need to have a discussion of what we're looking for to fill these seats on the committee? I mean, I think we got some great applications, but there's been discussion in the past about representation in the community, whether that's ethnic diversity. We had talked about trying to bring in somebody who can bring in a younger voice to replace some of the students that we've had on the committee. Are there other issues like that that we need to discuss that helps us narrow this decision down?
I do agree with Butch. I think we should be looking for diversity. We should also be looking for millennial if possible. We should also be looking at skill sets. What is missing from our task force? And let's fill that gap in because we have such a great selection tonight. I'm very impressed with what we got.
I don't have anything. Does anybody else have anything they want to talk? Do we want to talk about, or are we all prepared to vote?
Hey guys, I just lost the video, so I don't want you to think I disappeared here. Can you hear me?
We can even see
and we can see you too.
Oh, you're kidding. Do you see my panic?
Yeah.
Great.
Comb your hair, Dan.
All right.
Yeah, Adam, I would just.
Possible.
Thanks for waking up, Dan.
Get a haircut.
Taking a nap on the bed.
Adam, I'll just say.
I can't even turn this thing off.
Since Butch brought it up, I think, the things that are going through my mind were the values of the value of the folks that we did lose. I actually got a lot out of the day that I spent in a car traveling around with the students. I learned a lot. So I think somebody besides Butch that's associated with the university is something that I've been thinking of. Butch is a great representative, but I almost feel like he's almost like me. He's getting paid to represent a particular perspective, and a little broader community perspective from the university would be useful. I do think that there are parts of the city that are pretty well represented on this group, and ideally it's a downtown for the whole city. So in the back of my mind, I'm trying to figure out, is there a perspective that can be brought to add some additional richness to what's already here.
So if I can kind of address a little bit of that, we had several people who have university affiliations, which is great. Shows how involved the university is in this project and the interest in this project. I just wanted to say, I know Andrew pulled out, but on Chan's behalf, she's coming to the table to this committee as an individual. She's coming as independent. So she's not being assigned by the administration. The administration didn't ask her to come and be a member of this. I am an official representative of the university itself.
Right.
But the piece the piece that she brings to it is, one, she's independent, but she also understands the university as a professor, and she is a resident, so she got that part. But the other interesting part is, as a professor, she's going to be able to interact with students on a regular basis and be able to bring to the table that component, which, as all of you know, because I've said it multiple times over multiple meetings, this downtown is about the future. We know what we want, but we're talking 30, 40 years down the road, and it's going to be that next generation that we're building this downtown for. So having somebody like Chan who can bring that perspective to us, and then also the diversity on the committee.
Butch, one thing that really intrigued me about Chan, I will say, is that she is a resident on the campus who intends to be there long term.
Right.
And originally, when we had students as part of the task force, we were hoping to have that perspective, but just by the very nature of them being students, of course, they were,
transient. They were transient.
Thank you. Yeah. So somebody who can really provide the perspective of kind of campus life, if you will, but be a long-term member of the task force. To me, regardless of diversity, just that's a quality that I really think could make a big contribution.
Right. And that's why I wanted to clarify that she's coming on as an independent. She heard about this committee, decided to apply. There wasn't pressure from the university to bring her on as a faculty member. So thank you for that, Deborah.
Yeah, one of my only things, reading through a bunch of the applications, I noticed that many of the applicants that had not attended downtown task force meetings to date. And I know this spans almost 2 years now up to date, right? And we're getting kind of the precipice of putting together a plan. So, I mean, I am somewhat concerned in the sense of we don't want to have to go backwards. I mean, Butch, you've said it before, right? I mean, I want to make sure that we're not going to have to spend a meeting or two or bringing them up to speed with what we've gone through thus far, right? Getting them the materials and everything. So that was just something I noticed on multiple applications.
But they'll have the material, access to all the material we have, correct?
It's all online.
Yes.
So they can
it's all on our website.
Yeah, so I thought, okay.
All right. Does anyone have anything else, or are we ready to have Leslie call out the names and we raise our hands?
I'm ready.
All right.
Ready? Yeah.
All right. So we'll start with number 1, Taylor. Okay. Number 2 was Andrew, who rescinded. Number 3 was Mary, who also rescinded. Number 4 was Frank. He did not rescind, but he does have a conflict. Are there any hands for Frank? Okay. The next one is Lucy. Okay. And
not everybody's screen is on, right? Can you see everybody?
I can see everybody except for Dan.
And Anna.
And Anna.
And Anna. Anna, are you gonna raise your Zoom hand? Which is fine too.
Yes, I was going to raise my Zoom hand.
That's fine. Yep, that's fine. I'll take video hands or Zoom hands. I can see both.
Oh, perfect.
But I don't see Dan. He seems to totally be missing.
You want me to text Dan, or
Yeah.
let me see?
He said he was having problems, like he thought he
Yeah.
lost his video, right?
Yeah. Hold
See
on.
him in a 10.
Calling him now. Hold on one second. All right, Dan's locked out, but I have him on the phone.
Oh, how is he locked out?
Crash or whatever, I apologize.
We
So,
hear you, Dan.
right at the moment. So the question is, is the group, I'd be very into Frank. I think that he's had, 2.5 years of volunteer experience working to bring back downtown, feet on the street, working weekends, putting in hours. And that means a lot to me personally, and I think to the effort of the downtown. So is there a way of moving the meeting to the second Thursday?
I would have to take a look because we put it on this Thursday because it didn't conflict with any other council committee meetings or commission meetings. I remember it was literally one of the only times it wasn't a Friday that didn't.
Leslie, I'll add to that just because I know Leslie worked really hard with you to try to come up with a date that worked for everyone, and it was very difficult to get here. And while of course anything could be done, I would expect that if we needed to change at this time, that would cause additional delays to the task force meetings. I just want to be upfront and frank about it because it was so hard to get us on this schedule. So could it be done? Yes. Would it come with a delay? Absolutely.
You hear that, Dan? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure. Sorry, you're on talking to my imaginary friend here.
So we're taking vote right now?
We are.
Yes.
Okay. So I would vote Atisha.
No. We're not doing it.
We're going down the list.
We're going through the list. So
Okay, got it.
so right now we just passed Lucy.
We're on Lucy. Okay.
Okay, so the next person is Larry. Do I have any hands for Larry? And Dan can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
Great, perfect. The next name on the list is Chan. Okay. All right, the next name on the list is Atisha.
I would be for that.
I would also be for that.
Okay. Okay. Then the last name on our list is Teresa. Okay. So then with that, Chan and Atisha are the two highest vote getters. Does that compute with what everyone?
Congratulations.
No, they have to go to council first.
It does. So this would be the recommendation that the DCTF is going to make to council on who should fill the 2 seats.
Can we expand the task force?
No, this isn't the Supreme Court.
Okay. Sometimes you got to make the rules fit your needs.
Yeah, sorry, we're not. As the chair, I will not allow the task force to be expanded for gerrymandering.
Okay.
So when will we know, Leslie? Now you're going to take this to the next council meeting?
Yeah, so I need to go and look at what that date is. I should have had
I'm
that.
just wondering if they're gonna make it before our
Or,
next
yeah,
meeting. Yeah. Right,
And-
December 17th.
yeah.
And Adam, you go as the chairman to represent us?
Yes.
Meeting's December 15th, I believe.
Oh,
The
it's
one before the end of the,
Oh.
the last one before the end of the calendar year.
Yeah, I said our meeting was the 17th. so.
Oh, yeah.
For this instance, I might have Dan go just because of my condition, but I'll work with Dan. I'll let you know, Leslie. That's still a couple weeks out. I might feel pretty good by then.
All right. Okay. So
All right.
with that,
So now we're up to item number 4.
we should take
Public
public
comment.
comment.
Sorry. Are there any public comments on the recommendation that we're going to send to council for Atisha and Chan to join the DCTF? I don't see any.
Don't see any.
Okay.
And we can move to
Close public comment for this section, I guess. Do we have to close it? Or is it? I'm trying to follow the rules.
Don't have to. But
Okay.
it's a good marker. So we're moving on to item number 4, which is discussion on how the precise plan and how the design guidelines will enforce Santa Clara Citizens Plan. So task force, I will leave that to you. Adam and Dan, that was your item.
So do you want us?
Started off with.
Yeah, so the reason we put this on, and we kind of briefly talked about it last time, was, oh, Dan's on. I'm going to hang up, Dan.
No, don't. I can't, with my audio, I can't get in. Hold on a second.
All right, anyway.
God, I'm sorry, guys.
All right. So the reason we brought this up was, there's obviously we're going through ordinance update, and there's a lot of different requirements for development within the city boundaries. And based on, developing a specific plan, we'd like to understand what adjustments to the existing ordinances and fee schedules that we could do, and/or can we add additional ones, like, let's say, for public art fee, traffic mitigation, just anything, right? I mean, trying to understand what mechanisms we have or tools we have available to, really create the downtown we want, because we've all talked about having all these nice things, but it all costs money. Or, maybe we can do an incentive program that if they add art, then they get a 10% bump like they do for, affordable housing and stuff from the state. So that was kind of where the question was coming in. What tools are available to this body within the plan to put forth that would actually result in getting what we've been asking for?
Do they need a zoning variance of any kind to do what they're proposing to do, or are they conforming with the underlying zoning that's there?
No.
New development in downtown will likely need to rezone.
Okay.
And can we rezone? Can we make a rezone for the whole downtown area?
We can, and that would be a next step. It's not in the current scope of work, but it would definitely be a next step after this plan would be adopted, would be to rezone, because then that makes it easier for a developer to come in and implement the plan if the zoning district's already there.
And time is money. And then the other thing for that, though, is, we have a downtown zone already. I think it's extremely out of date, probably. And with this ordinance update, would it make the most sense just to take the downtown designation and actually bring it to the 21st century, and then just spread it on the adjacent properties that we would want included, to be allowed, and then keep the other ones, if let's say there's a parcel that, backs up to single family in the sense, and we say, well, we don't want to have a 10-story building or a 7-story building there. We want lower density. Maybe it's not part of the downtown. Maybe it's just part of a commercial mixed use zone. that way we're setting clear guidelines for what parcels are, you know, the higher densities, and also trying to make it a little bit smoother for them to come in and actually, you know, get this thing rolling sooner.
I think setting a zoning district in place is mostly on the incentive side of just facilitating, because the design standards that are in the plan, you know, will have the weight of basically, you know, city policy that we would apply to the project. The same if it's codified in the zoning code, it also creates a little bit of a incentive to follow the code, because you don't have to, you know, try to get a variance or some, you know, get around it somehow too. But you know, that's a potential future work plan item to do the zoning, right? We want to focus on finishing the precise plan and not add on to the current scope so that we can't finish that.
How hard is it to rezone, Andrew? I mean,
Not saying it's, well, yeah,
I mean,
it's not a question of how hard it is, and you know, as staff, we can figure out what's the most efficient way to do it too. But it's just, you know, we just want to be careful about adding tasks onto our current scope. We want to finish this, and then we can, you know, it can come right on the heels of it. But that's a, you know, that's a work plan decision that has to get made, right?
I just, what I fear is, you know, we have a laundry list of things that we want, and, you know, just basically the last 6 years, you know, going up parcel by parcel with each developer, time is, you know, one of the biggest things that they're looking to save, right? Because again, time is money, and we're all excited about this. We have leases running up. We already have a zone that, you know, is labeled downtown. I mean, we're in the process of a full citywide ordinance update. I mean, it would seem like it would be, we should use the tools that we have as a city to create as much value to get the things that we're asking for as residents. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And expedite. So I think we need it in this plan. I strongly think it's really advantageous to let them know that, you know, let developers know, not they, but developers know that we as a city and residents are serious about getting this thing off the ground and making it, opening our doors saying, hey, come on in, you follow the plan, you can buy a piece of property and you can start right away without having to go through, you know, a year of meetings to rezone.
And I have a question actually for staff, partially related to this, kind of regardless of what the zoning plan is or when it's approved. But I know that there are many available grants and funds from, for example, Americans for the Arts, which have a community development block grant program. There's also from the National Endowments for the Arts, there are grants to redevelop downtown areas. There is California art, let's see, CAC money, as well as Santa Clara County money for the arts, and many available grants that would be available to help us in this redevelopment process. So has anybody been looking into those funding sources, or can we, you know, start identifying some of those grants that we can apply for to further this along? Acknowledging that while, especially in the COVID times, that the city of Santa Clara itself is facing deficits, there is still a lot of money out there to support this kind of activity.
Also relating to the arts, there's no reason why we can't ask for a 1% art fee in the downtown area. And, you know,
right. Well, that's been kind of my, you know, one of my passions all along, and I've talked about it many, many times in front of the city council. And considering that the TOT was recently, increase was recently approved on the ballot, I would like to see some of that go to arts and redevelopment.
We should probably try to stay on the agenda topic too, just make sure.
But this is part of the agenda topic, right?
There's no incentives and
what tools are available from the city and residents to make
I think
our dream downtown become a reality as soon as possible, right? That's, I want to leverage our resources as a city and staff and residents to, you know, do the legwork we can. I personally do not want to see a bunch of PDs come through here. I'm staunchly against that. And I see if we don't do a zoning update in the specific plan, then we're going to lend the only way to get what WRT actually has in the envelope drawings is to PD to the whole thing. So at that point, we might as well just PD the whole thing and let the Wild West go, which I don't think any of the residents would be happy with. I think the whole point was to get a clear vision and then make it easy, or not easy, I shouldn't say that, but make it inviting for people to come in and invest in our downtown and create something great again. Sorry.
It is to make it easy.
Trump.
Adam, it is to make it easy. I mean,
it is to make it easy.
That is the ultimate goal here. We get the vision, but the easier you make it for a developer that knows what he can do on a piece of, he or she can do with a parcel. It's like the ADUs, the state mandated ADUs, and it turned everything upside down and streamlined the process through the entire state. There's some hiccups, but there's no doubt what you can do with an ADU.
I don't think our like interest is not aligned with your interest. We obviously want to facilitate this precise plan that's been developed by the community with all this work, and make it as easy as possible for people to implement that plan. I think we just need a little bit of time to get you that answer, because there's some work related to a zoning, like survey work, meets and bounds, that kind of stuff that we just need to kind of understand what we need to do, what resources do we have to implement that with the current proposal, like as in, let's bring this item with the zoning to council when we bring it forward. Like that's what I'm hearing there's an interest for. And I think we just need a little bit of time to kind of dissect what that means in terms of cost and time and get you that answer. Some of the things that people are talking about are part of an implementation plan, a financing plan to get infrastructure built. That's not something that we can answer today. I think it's a really good question that we can research about. Like, we don't have this anywhere else in the city. Can we have this art fee as a new aspect in downtown? We do infrastructure fees in different parts of the city. I haven't seen an art fee explicitly, so we can research that question and get back to you guys. But some of the other questions are yet, we need to first develop the land use plan, develop the infrastructure that's needed. Art is not part of that required infrastructure, right? But there's a conversation that we're gonna have about how do we implement this plan, and it's not gonna be on the city's general fund, right? It's gonna be on the people who benefit from the redevelopment of the properties. And so that's gonna help us. There, different financing tools like a CFD that could be utilized. It could be an infrastructure fee itself. There's other options for us, but it's all depending on phasing. When do we want to see these improvements take place? All of those things are factors that we need to talk about with you guys. So it's not that this conversation is not going to happen. It's just we're trying to first get us to the right steps to have that conversation. But you're prompting us to research things like the art fee. That's kind of a legal fee, right? Like, I kind of want to know, is that even like something we can impose right now? And fees in general, they do take people who are the property owners to support them and be okay with it. So there are a lot of different things that we have to kind of tease apart with what you're saying. But if you give us a little bit of patience, we can take back what you're asking, research, and get back to you on that. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, no, Rita, I think that's good. I mean, that's why I think I'm pushing this whole zoning thing, is because I don't want to just add a bunch of fees, because you add a bunch of fees, right? What happens is the cost goes up and the incentives go down, right? And nobody's going to want to build, and we're not going to get the downtown. We're going to have a great binder of a plan sitting on a shelf down in your guys' office. So, I mean, as much as, we have to balance the whole thing, right? So I want to know what tools we can make the process easier. Like, can we complete CEQA? Can we complete an EIR for the whole thing based on, our total square footages and residential units? And then what fees can we adjust? I understand there most likely we'll have to go back for charter or some kind of council approval for that. But I think that's going to be part of the whole package, right? And if something gets nixed out, for instance, like one or two council just doesn't agree with, then maybe, you know, we remove that from the final plan, the approved plan, and continue forward, right? But I think in your research, I would want staff to help us understand what other tools. I'm just throwing out the tools that I can think of that are on the surface, but I'm sure there might be other tools that are at your guys' disposal that you have a lot more knowledge about that we could, you know, help this project along in the long run. I mean, and the other thing I'll say is I can tell you right now, council would be ecstatic to know that they're not going to have to fight every single project in the old quad, because that's what they've been saying for the last couple of years, is that we get out there and stand up against everything. It's because we don't have a clear guidance for developers, and that has resulted in this back and forth. And so I think it might take a little bit more time in the beginning, but in the end, it's going to result in a much better project, quicker and easier for all. And it's going to save us all a lot of long meetings.
Hey, can you guys hear me yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. So I'm going to probably make you repeat, but, and I just heard the last 5 minutes here. Just to pull it back. So we've got right now, we have a precise plan with design suggestions.
Design
So my
standards.
question is design standards. So again, to Adam's point, I don't want to repeat his speech, but we've gone through 2 years of formulating what the citizens want, you know, the width of the sidewalks and pedestrian experience, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. How do these design standards, instead of, are they suggestions or are they rules?
Rules.
Standards are rules, they're required. Guidelines are just.
So, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's it. Guidelines are guidelines, standards are the rule. So if we put that the standard is 15-foot sidewalk width, that's the standard.
Okay.
There's
How
always-
does that differ from form-based code?
It doesn't. I mean,
Can I weigh in on that a little bit too?
yeah.
I mean, form-based code is a very popular term, and it's sort of differentiating from use-based code essentially, right? So if you go back traditionally, like zoning codes were about separating uses, put all the industrial over there, the housing over there, but they also have form elements in them, right? Like traditional zoning codes have height limits and setbacks, and those are elements of physical form. When the real concept of form-based codes came out, you think of like Andre Dwayne, people like that in Florida that were doing the seaside, and they were down into like, we don't really care about the use at all, perhaps. It's just as long as it looks a certain way, that's what's important. Some of them, are very architecturally oriented, where they say, like every house must have a fence that's painted white and at least 3 feet tall or something like that, and then they'll let you, and then no more than 50% solid, so they'll have lots of little details like that. To develop a full form-based code where you want to really dictate all the architecture is a huge lift of work, but you can probably
On whose part?
a lot. Well,
On whose part?
Yeah, we would have to hire somebody, and it would take a lot of time to go through all the process like that. But we're going to get a lot of form elements out of this process that we're in now, and we can go ahead and put those into a zoning code. So whether or not you call that a form-based code, maybe that's just a marketing decision, but we can go ahead and take everything that this process comes up with in terms of architectural design standards. And that's part of the goal of this process too, is to understand to what degree does the community really want to lock in particular architectural types, or where do you want to provide flexibility? What really matters?
And I know we're going late, we're going over, but I want to give one example where, we got in the Bay Area with Fremont, where they did I believe, a design standard, and it's basically a housing project. So what the citizens wanted was kind of what we wanted. They wanted the downtown by BART, transit-oriented development, excuse me, retail on the bottom, and they've got a bunch of box housing. It looks like crap, forgive me, but I mean, it's absolutely design standards, not form-based code. Whereas you got Redwood City, where developers, I mean, and the meetings that you guys have had, we've heard rumors, the developers are the first ones that want form-based code because they know what the heck they, you know, there's no flim-flam when they get into planning, no offense. They know exactly what they're going to get, and they know that the citizens have vetted it. So that's always the problem. It's like they come together, they come forward with a plan, the citizens go, we don't want it. But now what we've done is 2 years of gathering citizen inputs. Why not put that into a form-based code, and we're all set? And then every city that we've, Ventura, Lodi, Claremont, Livermore, Rancho Cucamonga, we've got a ton of people that we've talked to our group over 4 years, and they all say form-based code. And it's not just what the citizens want, it's what the developers want. And I know it's a lot of work up front, but how does, you know, with Fremont and Hayward and a couple other cities that have done that, it didn't work out. There were variants, and, you know, people came and said, hey, we want an amendment. And instead of a bunch of retail windows, you got a brick wall.
Well, Dan, I think there's a middle ground here, at least in the short term, that I think it's similar to the zoning ordinance. I always said, if in the old quad, if you pick 10 things that are key, like reveals on windows and maybe some window patterns, or how much glass has to be at the storefront versus columns every 6 feet, or, you know, that we can get there. But I get it. You've done a lot of research. And so I'm always about, like, what are the top 10 things versus 1,000 things, right? I mean, let's hit the big things. As an architect, I can probably pick 10 things that can ensure that the facades are going to have some gravitas and some openness and some, you know, stuff like that. But there are deviations. If there's a modern building, then maybe the reveals aren't as important because it's going to mostly be steel and glass, right? So it is tricky. And look, that history speaks for itself in terms of your research. So I guess.
Well, and it's urban. The one thing, what I'd like to suggest, and I don't know if we want to vote on it, is to bring back, I think it's, you know, I don't know if it's Jim or David Sargent or somebody, and I want to talk to this guy or these guys and say, what are your experiences? And how did this go to crap? Yeah. How did this city work? How did this, and spend 10 or 15 minutes with them and really understand it. I mean, Andrew, Leslie, Rena, you guys understand it. We need to understand this, because this is a 20-year process, guys and everyone. And we got a council right now that's into it. We're all into it. We could be gone in 10 years. And if we put something in place that's flim-flam, that can get amended, it'd be a heartbreaker, because we have 6 plans right now in City Hall somewhere from you know, a lot of people that put a lot of work in for downtown that never got built. You just got a book of plans. So I don't want that. I didn't put 4 years of my life into that.
Andrew,
so.
I just want to throw out something, because I know that everyone's very committed to implementing the vision. And the only thing that I want to say is that with commitment means less flexibility. And we have a plan that we're trying to develop over maybe multiple decades, and we don't know exactly how that's going to happen. So I do understand. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of nuances with what we're trying to accomplish here. It's not a blank slate. It's not all going to get developed by a master developer. It's not just, one little quad right here and the rest of it's been all built out. There's a lot trying to meld. And so, I do think it's worthy of having the kind of conversations that you want to have with some folks who've been implementing I think that David Sarton's a good example, and Jim, obviously he's worked on a lot of specific or precise plans, specific plans. So
right. Pardon me.
All of this is also about money, right? And I know our next meeting, we're going to talk about budget and stuff. So we want to figure out, that gives us pause, right? For anything that we haven't scoped out, we have to pause and say, how does this fit in with our budget? We can't make promises we can't pay for. So
absolutely.
We understand where you guys want to go. And, but we understand also that you want we all need flexibility with this plan, but to ultimately achieve the aspects of the plan that we want. And I really like Rob's ideas about what are the most important architectural aspects. What are the interfaces, to Adam's point about, do we need a zoning district that's different here and a different one here because this one has no, you can have a zoning district that specifies those interfaces and is explicit about those interfaces and the sensitivity around certain interfaces and whatnot. But I think that we just, we're going to have in this next meeting a conversation about the budget, I think at our next meeting, right? And that we have to kind of see, like, these are different scope items, and how does that line up with what we've scoped and schedule and all of that. So
Rena, maybe we can take.
I think it's sorry, Adam. Last thing on flexibility is I've asked that. In fact, this week I asked that, and I think that we're going to hear there is a lot of architectural flexibility above what is, maybe the top 10 things that we're talking about. And again, I've read it as well as developers thought that they went into a rigid situation, and it wasn't. But there are certain things that we're not going to be flexible on, like sidewalk lengths, the pedestrian experience, retail, what you see, the awnings on the sunshine side and all that. But I really want to advocate 10, 15 minutes, we fire questions at these guys on why form-based code is the way to go. Because I just keep hearing it, and I've heard it since 2016.
Their solution, though, they know, especially the consultants we have, know our unique situation, and they may have their own sort of recipe for how we get there,
right?
And all our constraints or objectives.
Yeah.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, so I haven't been at this as long as Rena and Andrew have, and I haven't done the research that you've done. But what you're describing to me about the sort of the streets and the standards and some of the design guidelines, that functional design standards and parcel zoning is kind of going to do what you want to do. So I'd love to have the conversation about form-based codes and how it works and doesn't, but I don't want you to get sort of trapped in a sense that the name that we put on it is what makes a certain model functional. The question is, how well is that model put together to achieve the goals that we have? So
and I want to understand that too.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's I just want to pitch in that I have a little different experience, and you can create really terrible building standards and design standards that stop everything or letting everything go, and figuring out how to find that balance is what makes that functional. And I think there's similar benefits and drawbacks of, a sort of a pure form-based. But we haven't talked about this directly, Dan, so I just want to pull you off of that dichotomy as being where the value exists and how we approach it.
Yep. And I'm open. I mean, it's soon, I just want somebody in front of me that's had, that's done 10 cities and done it one way and done it the other.
So Rena, based on this, I mean, it sounds like what we need to do is get the budget information first in the next meeting, and then probably put this on the agenda after that budget meeting, or even maybe later after we get to understand what tools are available, and then look at what the cost is to do something like what Rob's talking about, where you take like the high level, maybe top 10, whatever things that this task force decides, and we put those in the ordinance in that zoning plan, or potentially what Andrew was talking about, which is hiring a third-party consultant. Like, what is the ROM for that, right? Are we talking 20 grand, or are we talking 200 grand? I mean, I always want to know, like, what's my ROM, right? What's my rough order of magnitude? So I would ask that in that financial report, you give kind of a timeline, a schedule, and a ROM for either direction, and then we can kind of hash that out.
And is there somebody on WRT that, I'm not saying go external to WRT. Is there, I mean, you got Sargent, right? Is there somebody that you can take for the cities that guy's done? Geez, they're epic.
Presentation on
You
form-based.
got a stud.
Well,
So just, spend 10, 15 minutes with them. We fire questions. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's worth it to us, because in 10 years we might go, oops, because I've heard the brick wall story, and everybody on the community group they were up in arms, but that's what was done. And we're witnessing it in Fremont again right now. Just drive up there.
Yeah, and I mean, I would just say, standards are really powerful when there's a market for something, right? Like, reduce barriers. They want to build what you've put out there. You've made it happen. You've made it really easy for them. So where it becomes trickier is when there isn't a market for this thing that you've created, and it becomes a barrier for something else that might be actually pretty palatable or the right decision for the right time. And that's where, it's like that's why you have to kind of balance both objectives and what you're trying to achieve. And, and there are great communities that have just said, you know what, we don't need anything here unless it's exactly what we want. But then I hear, other people say, no, we actually want something here soon, right? So, but there's something in between, right? Where, we've talked about certain parts of the precise plan getting built out sooner than other parts. So maybe that's where we put more energy and have more flexibility elsewhere, that sort of stuff. But
I think there's a very natural way we can get there too. If we just start with understanding what's important to the group, and we keep going, like you mentioned, Dan, several things like sidewalk widths and stuff that absolutely every plan will have that. And then the next thing, you mentioned canopies on buildings, or, so that's a question, like, do we want to require every building, every window to have an awning or not? I mean, that's the kind of thing you can get into with a form-based code, where you really start having lengthy discussions about, how, the colors of things, the shapes of things, the architectural
signage.
What do you?
I hate to say it, I worked for Gap, and we worked at strip or shopping malls. They always had their standard of signage and storefronts and how high and where, so I think we just need to understand, I think as a group, we probably between us can do our top 10 of, all I can say to you is go look at buildings, and when you see something that you like, try to understand it or take a photo of it and say why. And we can start developing an understanding as a group. I already know reveals and, is super important, because that's what was on old buildings. Okay. So it's just, I think cataloging this as a group, we can reach out to David, and whoever, and get bounce ideas off of them, just to say, well, where's the failure and what's not, but just start doing it on your day-to-day. Notice things, snap a photo. Maybe you send it off to Leslie with a note saying, I see what Rob's saying. There's no reveal. The window is flush with the stucco. It looks like absolute crap, which it generally does. And David said it. We just get stucco crappy boxes right now. So, and haphazard window patterns that don't relate. those are things that are just unpleasant unless it's modern and intentionally done that way. Otherwise, you're going to get most developers, you got vent stacks sticking out in the wrong area. I mean, I'm not going to say there's already an example of it in town, but there is.
In our downtown.
Well, yeah, so
I'll say it.
that's where the care comes in to the quality that David was referring to. There's a
Right.
That's the reason we're pushing so hard, because we've seen the other side of not having these parameters set forth. And I mean, you go down El Camino, I don't think many of us are proud of what Santa Clara has built in El Camino over the last 20 years. I mean, I know I'm not, as a lifelong resident, very proud of what we built. I think we could have done better. And I'm not saying it's high density or low density or any of that. It's just what building shapes we got. It's just, it's not, I don't think it's a reflection on who we are. And I think it's, you know, Santa Clara has always had kind of a mentality of, you know, we're not worth as much as I think we really should treat ourselves. And we're always kind of taking the leftovers from the other cities adjacent to us. And I mean, we need to start asking for more and better and placemaking and all this stuff. And it will feed itself. It really will. So I think we need to put some type of parameters in place to make sure that the product that we're all spending hundreds of hours working towards is going to be realized, if it's 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, whatever it may be, but it will be realized. So yeah, I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion for sure.
And that's part of the precise plan too. The point of the precise plan is to put all those in a document. You know, El Camino didn't have that when those projects were developed, right? Downtown doesn't have that now. This plan will have all those standards and present the vision that you want. So that's the, you know, step number one.
Yeah,
and I totally get that, but it's just, do they have teeth in them? That's the thing. We get it. So all of us are on the same page. We all develop this thing and we go, this is exactly, and we all agree. And then we go away and it gets amended. So that's what I want to check out. You know, the suggestion?
Anything can be amended. Just remember that the council can choose, you know, if somebody presents it to them to amend it, the council can choose to amend it. So that can happen anytime.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to amend something midway through the plan already. Like, well, I'll just amend it. Like, no deferred submittals. I'm not sending them in late. I'm sending them in now. I want my drawings now. So but that's, again, I think we need to give staff time to put the budget together, as well as advise us on what schedule delays this might have if we decide to go down this path. So, because there's other things obviously that you know, we need to get this out. So
yeah, right. So I think we have our action list, which is, we're gonna look at well, obviously as part of kind of the budget discussion, and hopefully like we can maybe even put it on, maybe not the conversation with David Sargent, because we sort of need to talk about the budget first, right? But we can talk about you know, what will it take for a zoning, and, you know, a light zoning versus a full form-based code zoning district. And then we can, you know, get just estimates of what that would be and how that affects timeline. And is it feasible to bring in with our current timeline of the specific plan? Would it have to change? That kind of stuff. And then, you know, we can layer on the conversation afterwards, not at the next meeting, but at, you know, when we think it's appropriate, what, you know, get the experts to tell us about what's been successful with the level of detailed form-based code, more flexible form-based code. What have been the cities that have been successful? So
perfect.
Their recommendations.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good. Good.
Great. Thank you, Rena.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm sorry I got cut off. Oh my gosh.
On the conversation about infrastructure, we can start to research this question about like an art fee, because the other stuff we will talk about as we move through the plan and we figure out what's infrastructure that's needed. But the art fee is a little different because we haven't had we don't have like precedent for that in the city. And I think we'll need to do a little bit of research on that.
I mean, I think another one, you know, and again, that's just something that was brought up based on our knowledge. But I mean, like park fees, right? I mean, we're pretty park rich in the downtown area in the sense, and I get how that ties into like Quimby Act and all that. And I think I've had this conversation with you, Rena, already. And so I just want to look at what mechanisms and choices we have. It's not, there's no decision being made of what to do, but obviously there's a balance, there's a pendulum, right? If we put on so many fees and requirements, and nobody was going to want to do it. So we just need to balance out what's important to this project and how it is going to be successful, right? I mean, because I don't think anybody thinks that there's going to be 3 acres of parkland in the downtown.
Adam, did you, like, for instance, if we want to do 1% or a 0.5% art fee, I'm not saying you tack it on, maybe you reduce one other.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's the point, is like, how do we craft it? All these fees and mechanisms, how can we craft it so we can get a little bit of art? Maybe the parks are less important because, again, it's an urban core, so we can take a little bit and we're not trying to make it cost more, but then again, our current situation is going to hopefully change and we're going to get back to normalcy. And Redwood City has the 1% art fee. And according to my friend that helped write that ordinance, he says the developers they don't even care.
And Rob, I posted that ordinance in the chat because I know that while Santa Clara has never had a 1% for the arts, several of our surrounding cities have, and there are precedents that we can easily leverage and follow. So it's not going to be a heavy lift to do this.
The developers aren't complaining. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
They only.
I just want to say though that all of this takes some legal research and talking to finance, because you know, all of the stuff that we're talking about is applicable citywide, right? So your interest is to carve out something unique for downtown.
Well, that's what we're wondering, right, Adam? Like,
well, that's what we're asking is, can we carve something out?
So we have to research that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. I mean, I think there's, like, to Deborah, I know I would like a 1% across the whole city, but that's probably a much bigger ask over a long period of time, right? Because we're gonna have to do a whole process versus, well, we're in this specific plan, what tools are available to critique it now, and then we can go work on our long-term citywide goals outside of this meeting and this activity.
Right. And I just want to preface it by saying, I think that some of this analysis for all these fees is pretty complicated and involves nexus studies and stuff like that, and a lot of assumptions. And so I don't want to sugarcoat it and say like, this is great, let's do it. Like, I just want to set the expectation that this might take us a little bit of time to even get you that answer, because I think it's going to be a little complicated for us to figure out.
Do you think by like January?
I don't actually know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. It could be super easy, but I just think that all those fees that have been established by a lot of different mechanisms and studies. And so I think we just need to ask the right people, and they could help us out. It may not be a lot of time, but it might be more process than we think it is. So we'll get back to you guys.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you. Is there any other comments from the DCTF members, or shall we take public comment?
No, just thank you. Thank you a lot.
Does anyone else have anything before I open up for public comment? Okay. Public, are there any comments about this agenda item?
We have 2 hands raised. Mary, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just have a couple of comments. One is, if you look at all of the very successful downtowns in this area, including out of the area like Lodi, they have all used the form-based code. That's one statement. And the next statement is, I've spoken to a lot of the city council and city people, and they seem to be under the impression that the downtown is going to be paid by the city. And I say this because I just recently spoke to one of the council members, and they were under the impression that some of the delays were due to the fact that the downtown, that the city is strapped for money and they don't have the money to build downtown. Well, guess what? They're not the ones that are going to build the downtown. It's the developers that are going to build the downtown. They're the ones that are going to pay for the infrastructure and everything that's needed. So I would like to set it straight that it's not the city that's paying for the downtown. Once the precise plan is in place and we have a form-based code and it goes out to the developers, trust me, they will come. And if we build, they will come. We will have people coming to our downtown. People are tired of being cooped up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mary. That's why we're having this discussion. We want to see if there are fees that can be implemented to reclaim those costs to build the downtown. I mean, that's part of it. So appreciate the comments.
Okay, next we have Atisha.
Hey guys, this is a really in-depth conversation. It's super late, so I'm going to take 30 seconds. Between zoning codes and form-based code, definitely I would like to understand if the zoning code's going to cap DU per acre, because that's something developers don't like, which form-based code would not cap. The form-based code would cap the volume, but not the density, how many units you can provide, unless you're following the California building code. So definitely that's one reason I would go towards a form-based code, that the community gets the volume and look and feel they get, and the developer gets to build density and housing types they can sell to the market. So, and I don't know if we can write that no stucco buildings here. I would love that, like in the 10 blocks or anywhere in Santa Clara in future, like no stucco allowed, like it should be like asbestos and lead paint in the city. That should be something for stucco. And the second comment is towards the fee. I would, I know like the art fee has to be citywide, but if we form a BID for the district and have a membership fee for the BID can sponsor all the art we want. And I would actually request the consultants to draw us an art map as part of the placemaking diagrams, like where the art should go, where the signages should go. But definitely BID is something we should explore with all the programming and how to fund it. I don't have any clue, but that is definitely, I would look up to city staff to guide how can we establish a community benefit district here, which is membership run and has its own board and it's a little autonomous body. We don't want to go to council for every event we have to do in downtown. Like that's not how these downtown function. So the operational part of downtown is not explored, but we should explore it as part of the DCTF, at least have it in the implementation plan.
Awesome. Thank you, Tisha.
And next, Jonathan.
Oh, two more.
Jonathan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Hopefully this is working.
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that as a member of the community, it's very important that we have a form-based code that sets design guidelines and well, not density guidelines, but massing guidelines for the development. We already have seen examples of other projects, within the city that don't have particularly good design guidelines, or build massing in an odd way, or build configurations that don't really fit what the community wants. And I think that's going to be one of the most important things that come out of this. I also want to make sure we have these guidelines because I think streamlining the process for developers who want to come in and build these buildings is important to make it desirable as far as the downtown to get that redevelopment. And finally, yeah, I want to agree with some of the other statements here as well about no stucco. Those big stucco boxes are ugly. I think there are some being proposed even as I speak in the area, and I'd like to get away from that. So thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, are there any other public comments for this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment. We'll move on to our last agenda item.
Item number 5 is discussion on development projects that have been or will be submitted within the 10 block area of the downtown precise plan.
So I guess I'll start. So being that we're a recommendation body, I think there is a plan that is currently routing through city planning. Are we able to have them come and present to us prior to going to planning and council so we can provide a review, comments, and recommendation as it moves through the process? I mean, obviously we don't have a full plan, but I think all of us at this point have a reasonable understanding of what we're probably going to end up with, or pretty close. And so providing comments, and since we're only a recommending body, I don't think it hurts or helps their cause. It just is a way to say, hey, it is going in the right direction of what we foresee the plan, being, or no, it does not, meet what all the information that we pulled together thus far and kind of, digested, it doesn't meet that. So is that the process we're going to have?
Yes, we can invite them to the next meeting if you think that's appropriate. I know they have a community meeting coming up here at the beginning of December, or meetings mid-December.
First, right, or second?
Yeah, I think it's the first. Yeah, it's the first. So I can reach out to them and invite them to come and present to this group at the December meeting.
That'd be great. And then any future project, I would ask that, as we're
For the
going
same.
through, we're going to be going through for the next, months, 12 months. And then beyond us coming up with a specific plan, what is the long term? I mean, are we going to stay as a body even after the specific plan is done to be able to review proposals that are going to be, submitted within the 10 block radius, so that we can, digest them and go, okay, this does meet the plan or it doesn't, this is our recommendation? Because I mean, nothing's going to probably come in exactly with whatever box we draw and,
Right.
requirements we put out. Like that would be in a perfect world, but that's not going to happen, right? There's going to be limitations, or, a specific developer does a certain model type or, a construction type. So I think there's always going to be a little bit, and, that's where I think this body can kind of allow that flexibility, knowing that, yeah, the plan is this, but it's not so rigid. It has to be exactly this potentially, except for maybe the 10 items Rob and Dan were talking about earlier.
So the council created this particular body for the purpose of developing the downtown precise plan, and it was limited to that duration.
Okay.
So it'd be up to the city council to want to extend the purview of this task force. So that is a possibility. I mean, also, the task force as a group could choose to stay together even after their formal process is completed, and be a community advocate group for the downtown precise plan and stay involved through the life of the plan. Should council not, make this a body that lives on under that umbrella.
I think we can wait a little while and see how it goes, but I think, but I think we could internally discuss this and then decide if we want to reach out to council and ask if we want to continue on after. I mean, the nice thing is we won't have regular meetings. We'll be kind of like architectural review or the old architectural review, right? We only get called upon when something gets submitted. So, it could be one meeting a year or one meeting a month, who knows, whatever the workload is.
So can that be included in a recommendation when we go to council with our recommendations? That we feel it's important that we extend that?
That's a good idea. So we don't have to go a separate time. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think that should be part of this.
I mean,
code discussion. I think
we've all spent so much
I
time.
think some of y'all would be a little reassured if you like didn't,
If we still had a chance to weigh in.
I'm really prescient about what's going to be cool next year, but if I had to give you a set of codes to govern the next 20 years of this, maybe we'd all feel more comfortable if we knew there was like an ongoing formal engagement process that would, but that's a complicated discussion. I think
So
those
I
might be part of the same discussion. That's all I'm saying.
I would just suggest whatever we create be something that anyone can pick up and interpret and understand. And even if that's our, the goal is to forever be the, patrons or downtown or regulators of downtown, however you want to see it. Yeah, so hopefully it'll be obvious to everyone what the intent was behind.
Agreed.
And that's why I think it still needs to be discussed.
Moves away, we have to be able
No,
to
no, no,
survive without
absolutely.
it.
But I think as all of the various different things we've talked about tonight come together, you'll have a better sense too when we get to the end of this process, like, okay, what is the amount of involvement that a community group needs to have?
Yeah, if we're able to review projects now and provide recommendations up until the time we solidify and go to council with the actual plan, then I'm okay with deferring this until a later date, until we get all that information and decide how we want to act as a body past. I mean, I think that's a very reasonable request. So thank you. Does anyone from the DCTF have any more to discuss on this topic? I know everybody's probably really tired and just wants to go to bed. I can see it in everybody's eyes except Dan. Kids are still sparkling.
No, I feel like Rena, you look like I feel right now.
You took a nap for like 45 minutes, man, when you disappeared.
Oh, I was having a heart attack, kept trying to get on. Then I got on as a visitor and I'm like.
So since there's no more DCTF comments, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item? Oh, see one hand.
One. Gabby, if you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for aspiring to be council and staying up all night for a meeting. I just wanted to mention, since we're talking about planning in and around the downtown area, I wanted to throw this out there because I've mentioned it before, but San Diego has designation of new historic districts, and they've designated areas for preservation. And I kind of feel like this next project coming up wants to pick off a few of our old houses out of the old quad and try to move them. And I think it's really important as a city that we keep the integrity, of what surrounds the downtown. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know if it's a thing that your body would start to look at, or if it's something that needs to go before council, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Gabby, thank you. The city approved a historical preservation ordinance a few years back, and there are some guidelines, but they are somewhat loose in the sense. But it is something that should be brought up and discussed. It's probably outside of this, right? This purview. So
yes,
but it's something we should reach out to the whole quad.
And those are guidelines, those aren't standards.
Well, exactly. Oh, nice, Rob. I like that.
Oh, let's get some standards.
Oh, nice.
He's learning.
Well played, sir.
There you go.
So basically,
and Gabby, we're watching it like a hawk.
Nobody follows them because they're guidelines.
Right. Yeah. Well, loose guidelines is yeah.
Yeah.
It's time to tighten up some guidelines, I think. And since you guys are very active in it, I just wanted to put it out there to you since I'm less able to get to all the meetings. I just wanted to, and if you want me to get information from San Diego, I'm happy to, but it's not the only city, but literally you can go into downtown and see a little Victorian plopped in the middle of the business district that's been left there. I'd like to see us do it before it gets to the fact that everything's built right on the back of somebody's Victorian. That's it. Thanks, you guys. You're doing great work.
Thank you.
We have one more hand. Tisha?
Hey guys, because this is just the agenda item, I would suggest any project that comes within the precise plan, before the precise plan is done, it should be, for the outreach, it should be given the same status the precise plan is given. So the outreach should not be just a paper posted outreach to people within 300 feet. The outreach should be citywide, 15 days before the meeting, on Facebook, next door, because it's part of the downtown.
We are building the downtown. It's a citywide planning, city's funding it. And if a developer comes and he just like gets away with these meetings happening on the station property or happening on these important projects that the community is investing so much that it does not fails the whole process there and there. So I think any project coming within the 10 blocks of downtown should have the same, have very robust citywide outreach guidelines, which include social media signages on the parcel like now, not like once the building permits are out there. But notifications, not like 24 hours before on Facebook page. Like city's marketing team should be like really out there 15 days, 3 weeks before these meetings are assigned, not like a link on the city's website page. No one visits city's web pages.
That's a great idea, Tisha.
Will receive the most amount of outreach of any development project in the city. It's considered a significant development application, and everything that we do for a significant application, including mailing notices to 1,000 feet, using social media. You guys have all been notified about it. So we're hopefully the old quad folks, hopefully if Jonathan's still on, you'll post it to your membership or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, we're not doing anything extraordinary, but we're doing what we do for significant projects.
Rena, what did we do?
Rena, but I was suggesting like maybe we email the people from the outreach list for the survey from last time.
We are utilizing our downtown.
I haven't received the notification beyond what I saw on the Reclaiming Downtown page. So being in District 1, so invested in the process, I've really not heard about the project beyond what I see on the Reclaiming Downtown page. And if people are investing so much, it's to their respect that anything happening, even if it's a normal development application, it needs to be given that importance of outreach.
Atisha, we did speak about it today as staff, and that email notifications going out to the list of people that we have for the who expressed any interest for the Downtown Precise Plan.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Tisha. Andrew, I just had a question. What did we do for Gateway? Because I know there was initial noticing, I think, of like 1,000 feet, and then it went further, but that was because within the 1,000-foot boundary, there's really no one that lives over on that side. I'm just wondering how far we went for that project.
Gateway Crossings project, which is on the other side of Caltrain tracks over by Costco. Right, we recognize that because it's so far away from the old quad, that the 1,000 feet was only going to capture just a few of the residents, and we knew it was of greater interest, so we expanded it. We really just kind of, our first step would be to work with the neighborhood association to do outreach with them, but in that case, I think we, what are the we had a specific request to notify the old quad, and the boundaries are a little bit undefined, I think, but we drew up a pretty inclusive map for the noticing on that.
Yeah, we actually just notified the entire old quad.
Yeah, but what we had to figure out what exactly that was.
So would you, I don't know, Rena, would you mind sharing what boundaries those came up with?
Yeah, that's the same, happy to share that, Adam. That's the same boundaries that we shared for the zoning code update, where we outlined the old quad, but I can share that, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, that'd be great. I'm just wondering, like, how, should be District 5, the old quad? I mean, I think I know there's 1,000 feet, but I think this project, as stated earlier, it's kind of really for the whole city. And I mean, we'll do our part, I'm still part of Okra, and we'll definitely post it to our members and get it out there and help with distributing the information. But, obviously the bigger anything, right? The more people get, the more people help get the word out. And it's just good, especially as we come to a more finalized plan to get, buy-in. It'll make all of our lives easier as projects start actually getting built. So thank you.
And you got reclaiming, so, let us know.
Yeah, we'll help. Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
We got a bunch of people.
All right. Looks like there might be one more hand. Or is that somebody who already? No, that's somebody else. All right, never mind. All right, well, I'll close public comment for that. And then is there anyone who would, Leslie, is this a part
Yep,
for
go
public
ahead.
comment on anything that's not on the agenda?
You got it, yes.
I thought that went in the beginning.
We do it at the
Time
end.
for this.
We do it at the end.
Can I ask a question,
Yes, sir.
Adam? Now that we have new council members, do we, as a body, meet with them, bring them up to speed so that the new council members understands our scope and what we're doing and what direction we're going? Anybody?
What I'm thinking, Butch, I'll answer the question. I'm thinking we should do, after we get this budget and kind of figure out what we want to do with the mechanisms, I think we should report back to council of where we're at and give them an update and refresh them in the new, like, January, February. So that way the new council members are seated, they get an update of where we're at. We give them like a little presentation and this is what we're kind of thinking. And then we can go from there.
The new council members do go through sort of a general, you know, a citywide or what's the word? Orientation.
Orientation.
Yeah, orientation, I guess. You know, there's a lot to cover. Obviously, they're covering everything in the city. So we do have, you know, I think that the land use development part of that is about 30 minutes. So, you know, we'll definitely, they'll be aware that this precise plan is in process if they aren't already. But
Right,
yeah.
but we have a council person. Isn't Suds the council person for the downtown?
For District 5.
Yes.
That's a downtown. So I would hope that we would get Suds on board instead of a half-hour council or meeting to bring him up to speed. I mean, he's gonna be a major player in this.
I was no way proposing that was the only orientation. They should have.
Okay, all
I
right.
mean, that's the basic thing that's already in place to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew,
that
can I ask you a question? With Suds not being able, is he able to vote on the downtown plan or not able to vote on the downtown plan? There was a lot of election notices going out. I wasn't clear.
Yeah. So, and you know, the simple answer is yes, he doesn't have a conflict. And it's really not the city that makes that determination, right? It's you know, the individual council member makes that request to the FPPC and so their criteria, as we understand it, is that if a certain, you know, if 15% or more of the comparable properties within the district that the representative, the council member represents would be affected. So we helped do that math at the request of, you know, so and found that it would be over 15%. So it's ultimately, it's not us that makes that determination.
Thank you, Andrew.
I think I did as best I could on that at what time is it? 11:06. So sorry if I was a little.
You did good. Thank you, Andrew. So, are there any other comments from the public that were not on items that are not on our agenda this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. And is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you, Butch.
I second.
Thank you, Dan. Shall we take a vote? All in favor of adjourning tonight's meeting, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Andrew, put your hand down. All right.
That motion carries unanimously.
Have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Have a great day.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Stay away from your family. Remember, they're the ones who are going to hurt you if you go near.
My kids?
Especially mine.
All family members.
My kids stay away from me already, so we're good.
They're teenagers.
Take care, everyone.
All right,
Thank you.
See you guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow. I'm still here.
We still have a couple members of the public on.
Okay. We're still recording.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it here.